Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience and welcome to the Resource Mobilization and Grants Management Training. My name is Kaduwa from TCC Africa, Training Center in Communication, which is a capacity building based at the University of Nairobi, Chiromo campus. So today we're excited to host this session where you'll be exploring practical approaches to resource mobilization and managing grants effectively. And while we have condensed this session, it's going to be packed and as engaging and valuable as possible. So I encourage you to make the most of it and ask questions that you may have. Without losing time, I would like to welcome Dr. Charles Kaduwa, who will be facilitating the discussions today. And I hope that this will strengthen your approach to mobilizing resources and managing your grants effectively. Over to you, Dr. Charles. Thank you.
Kavina, thank you. Can we hear from members who have just joined up? Kavina?
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can hear.
Can we hear from members? Members, welcome. Let everybody say something as we start the session, Kavina.
Thank you. Good morning.
Guide us in this introduction.
Good morning, Doctor. Good morning,
Yes,
Dr.
we can hear you.
Tapiwa Tanhuke.
Good day, how are you?
We are fine, welcome.
I'm fine. We can hear you loud and clear from
Yes, we can hear you, Doctor.
Nelson Mamba, Mbayo.
Yes, I hear you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, welcome.
Okay.
We can hear you, Doctor, loud and clear from Uganda. Moses here.
Moses, thank you so much. Wankoko Ebil.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Doctor, from Turkana, Kenya.
Morning, Moses.
Yes.
Now, Ton, I hope your internet will serve you better.
That is right. You are right.
Thank you so much. Feel welcome.
Thank
Good morning,
you.
Doctor. Morning,
Nansereko
Doctor. Susan. Yes, from Uganda.
Susan, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm sitting in Nairobi, so I will say welcome to Nairobi. Susan?
Yes, please.
I'm saying I'm sitting in Nairobi, so I can easily find myself saying welcome to Nairobi.
Thank you. I'm here in Uganda as well. Welcome to Kampala.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good morning, Doctor, from Nigeria.
Omolola Aina.
Yes, please. How are you?
Which state? Which state in Nigeria?
Lagos State.
Lagos State.
Yes.
I like Okunda.
Welcome to Nairobi.
Okunda State.
Moses?
I like Okunda State, Nigeria.
Oh.
Interesting.
Aina is in Lagos State.
Yes, I am.
Morning, Dr. Kaduwa. I'm hailing from South Africa.
Mofokang.
Yes, certainly, Doctor.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good morning, Doctor. My name is Alice.
Nakiemba.
From Uganda.
Alice from Uganda.
Busitema University.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good morning, Doctor. This is Godwin.
Abakari.
Yes, Doc. Abakari.
Which country?
From Ghana.
In West Africa. Accra.
Yes.
Welcome to Nairobi, Godwin.
Thank you, Doc, from Ghana.
Thank you so much.
Doctor.
Good morning, Doctor.
Haruna Lule.
Yes, this is Haruna Lule from Uganda.
Yes, Haruna.
Welcome to Kampala.
Welcome to Nairobi, Haruna.
Good morning, Doctor. This is Mark
Mark.
Kubur. We are from Kakuma,
yes.
Kenya.
From Kakuma.
Yes.
Welcome to Nairobi.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning, Doctor.
Ariab.
Yes, Doc. It's Ariab Nkamba from Uganda.
Welcome.
University. Thank you.
Welcome from our great university.
Thank you.
Welcome to Nairobi.
Good morning, Doctor. This is Tiffany from Kenyatta University.
Tiffany, KU.
Yeah.
Welcome, Tiffany. Anybody else after Tiffany?
Good morning, Doctor.
Emma.
I'm Emma Nyakuri from Uganda.
Welcome, Emma.
Thank you.
You sound Kenyan.
And Ugandan.
Good morning, Doctor.
Welcome, welcome. Flaviano?
Yes, I'm Flaviano Chikonyera from Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe?
Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joanne Bugwa from Kiambu, Kenya.
Welcome to Nairobi, Joanne.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Joanne,
ladies and gentlemen.
My
I'm
name is
Yes, Fred.
Oh, sorry.
from Uganda. Fred Lally from Uganda. I'm happy to be here.
Fred Amatra.
Neighbor.
Thank you so much, Fred. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Charles. Kaduwa.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome, Fred.
Good morning, Doc.
Anthony.
Yes,
Nigeria or Ghana?
Ghana. Greeting from Cape Coast, Ghana.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anthony. Welcome.
Thank you, Doc.
Have we left anybody out?
Good morning. This is Josephat Ligami from Human
Ligami.
Rights Stand Kenya here in Nairobi.
And there is Susan Maina from Nairobi, Kenya as well.
Susan, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Have we left anyone out? Have we left anybody out? Susan? Kavina, anybody left out?
We have some few from the chat. We have Dr. Catherine, Oluwasen, Grace, Mohammed. They all say good morning.
Thank you so much. So Kavina officially set us off. Kavina?
Thank you, Dr. Charles. I think I did a bit of introduction. I'd just like to thank everyone. I know for some people it's as early as 6 a.m. So thank you for your dedication to this training, and I'm sure it's going to be as insightful and it's going to be insightful. You can take over. We're going to have our session till 3 p.m. East African time, and we're going to have a 10 minutes tea break or stretch break, and then lunch break.
That is what time, Kevina?
Yeah.
The health break will be at what time, Kevina?
The health break is going to be at 11 to 11:10.
Okay. That is going to be about 50 minutes from now. Kevina?
Yes, and then we're going to have a lunch break at 1 p.m. East African time for 30 minutes.
So there will be a 30 minutes break for lunch?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. May we proceed.
Good enough. Thank you so much, Kevina. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our short but very fast journey to skills building exercise on resource mobilization and management. We are going to walk very fast because we have so much to cover and so little time at our disposal. Nonetheless, I want to assure everybody, Jerry Mandela, welcome. I want to assure everybody that we want to do our utmost best within the time available to us. And at the end of the day, Kevina will be sharing the guiding notes, the slides that we are going to speak about to you all, so that your short notes that you are going to take in the process of this discussion will be strengthened by the slides that Kevina will share at the end of the day. I want to wish you the very best. Makagutu, welcome. I want to wish you the very best in your quest to do resource mobilization. Lillian, welcome to the session. My name is Dr. Charles Kaduwa. I'm facilitating this training for the better of humanity, as all the work that you do is for the better of our humanity. Welcome. Am I speaking to somebody?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Emma, am I speaking to you at thinking?
Yes, you are, Doctor.
Thank you so much. I want to work with people, not alone. So I will be mentioning names quite often for purposes of working with you through this discussion. I was looking at the expectations that you have provided towards this training. It's so good to realize that we have quite a number of people who have stated that they are frequent writers of grants documents, grants applications. And it is equally good enough that in the room we have people who are not so frequent in writing grants proposals. So I'm expecting that those who have been frequent writers will be able to share their experiences in the course of the day on some of the things they have encountered in the process of writing grants proposals. And kindly be generous enough should we call on you to share some experiences. Are we ready? Are we ready on that, Emma?
Yes, we are, Doctor.
We are ready, Doctor.
Mofokeng.
Yes,
Mofokeng,
yes,
are you a
yes.
frequent writer for proposals, or you rarely write proposals?
No, I think I've joined in order to gain some you know, exposure and maybe some ideas.
Jerry, what are your experiences? Frequent writer or not very frequent writer? Jerry Mandela? I can't get through to Jerry. Fred, Lali?
Oh, thank you. I do consultancies, and I follow those terms of references from consultancies and some instructions maybe where they want you to put some comments on the terms of references. Yeah, and then yes, I have managed about 3 grants, and most of them sometimes they have their structures. You follow the structures. You follow the structures. I think one where you write it off your head, but that is a very hard one. Actually, where I've now decided to participate here. At the same time, I'm also attending my PhD class online, but I felt I should not miss Dr. Kaduwa's presentation because I have not managed to go through with a grant proposal which comes right from your head. You structure it yourself. You don't know what you have included, what you have excluded. It's quite different from the one they call where they have a structured template. So my expectation is to see really these two different. What is the scope? How far can you go? What is the age, the cutting edge to make the donor understand and give you the money? So the unstructured grant, how to structure it, how to pinch is what I'm expecting to hear from here. The grants that I've managed always came with their own structure. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Fred, for those insights. We have the opportunity, Fred, to try to speak to that type of a need from your end, and at the end of the day, we are going to share a type of structure that may help you where you don't have any format given to you by a funding agency. Fred?
Okay. That's my expectation, really so. Thank you.
Yes, so we are going to share what I call a generic structure where you don't have any particular format to follow. A generic structure will be shared at the end of this training to help you equip yourself even better.
All right. Recently, I attended a course where you use dashboards to, I mean, it can be in the field of climate, can be agriculture or whatever it is. To use dashboards to frame areas of, I mean, you use the dashboard to summarize data, existing data from there to eventually frame the area where the donor is so much interested. You analyze the dashboard for some time, then you see the gap, and then you eventually dive in that gap to attract the donor. So the dashboard approach using preliminary data is another field that the recent skill that I got. So it's good to know a lot of databases and then look for current information, get the gap, get those the growing concern areas that donors always want. Then you now eventually develop your idea when you're really asking for proposals or grant. You do this dashboard data analysis for all the areas. So it's good to know a lot of dashboards, databases, centers to look for those gaps. But now, what is the structure? This generated structure is what we really want to get from here today. Thank you.
this workshop, Fred, should be able to answer that question.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm
seeing
also
there is Alice.
Yes. I wanted to know, how long do you need to prepare a good proposal? For example, if there is a frequent call that every year a call comes, sometimes you see a call in 1 week, you try to prepare a proposal and it doesn't come out so well. How much time do you need to prepare a very good proposal, which is fundable?
I think the time depends on your competency, but if you have seen a call that has a 7-day deadline, then I think from my experiences, you should dedicate the 7 days to the development of that proposal. But if there is a call that has a 2-month deadline, then you should dedicate close to 2 weeks to develop that proposal. But we are going to discuss that later on, Alice.
Yes, Doctor, my name is just
Alice?
Doctor?
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, Doctor, at the course of the time that I've been participating in the development of grant proposals, I got to know that...
Are we talking with Jasper?
Yes.
Yes, Jasper.
Yes. Am I clear?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying at the course of the time, I've been so much participating in the grant development, but I also got to know that different donors have different languages. So, and especially institutional donor. And sometimes you find yourself mixed up. And the question is, how can you really compromise and maneuver your way to ensure that you get through this this call? You know, always when we try to attempt a particular call, our focus, our interest would be like, I must win. What can I do differently to really capture? That's the question I have. What can I do to capture the interest of a particular donor? So the institutional donor always have their guidelines, and therefore, how can we use those guidelines to ensure that they're incorporated? Do I incorporate only, or I tailor it to the interest of my of the donor or the interest of the project I want to design? So that's the question that keep lingering at my mind. Am I very fast?
Jasper.
Yes, sir.
If you manage to listen carefully through the presentations and discussions we shall have,
yeah,
you will get the answers to your question. There is no one answer.
Sure. I believe so.
Yes, so yes, there's no one answer, but there will be several hints that guide you towards that.
Okay, I'll be grateful.
Thank you. Ida, I've seen Ida.
Yes, hello, Jasper. Good morning.
Ida, speak to us. Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Ida.
Good morning.
Morning, Ida.
Good morning.
Good morning, Haida. Haida, can you hear?
Ida can't hear us.
I can hear.
Okay.
I can hear. Maybe it's you are not hearing me. Can you hear me now?
Oh, sorry. Ida, I hear you very well.
Okay. Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, Jasper.
Good morning, Ida.
Good morning.
Great. I can hear you very well.
So do I.
I hear you too, Ida. Can we proceed? Can we proceed, Jasper? Okay. I want to begin to answer some questions that are pertinent to grants proposal writing. And the first question that many of us will always ask in workshops of this nature is, how do I develop a grants proposal that will win the heart of the donor, so that you get resources for your very good intentions? So my first way of answering that question is to let professionals in grants writing appreciate the fact that out there are certain trends and dynamics that shape resource mobilization. Those trends and dynamics need to be put in mind. We need to consider these trends, these dynamics, for us to align ourselves well to the resource mobilization world. And the first dynamic that we need to appreciate is that development and research needs of the humanity we seek to serve have multiplied today, and they have become more complex. Humanity faces a lot of emergencies such as floods, famine, disease outbreaks, human rights abuses, and civil strifes all over. These have a bearing on, one, resource availability, and two, the intricacies in developing projects that will meet the needs of those humanity. I have said that the first trend that we need to appreciate when we begin resource mobilization work for our organizations, for our studies, is that development and research needs of humanity have multiplied and become more complex. So what are we supposed to do? What does it require of us? When that is the reality, what does it require of us? One is that we need to be more innovative and seek to develop more effective projects, which must include what I call evidence-based interventions. So the key word here is innovation and evidence-based interventions. And for you to keep on and stay afloat in this type of a flood, I always believe that professionals must constantly update their skills and seek greater exposure on program design and development. Skills update. And this workshop is one strategy that you have adopted to answer to that call. That dynamic where we are talking about development and research needs of humanity have multiplied and become more complex. So how do we shape ourselves to fit favorably into that complexity? The first one is that we have to be innovative. And we shall be talking about innovation throughout this session so that we avoid common ideas. We avoid what I would rudimentarily call obsolete program ideas. And one of the ways of doing that is to constantly update our skills and seek greater exposure on programming and design. The second dynamic which confronts us every day today in resource mobilization is the fact that we have a mushrooming of community actors, both in government, non-government, the private sector, as well as in academia. All these actors compete on every single day for resources available in the funding world. I always think about some period in 1990, for example, when HIV was the topic of the day in the funding world. Funding agencies would knock on doors of organizations and tell them, we have this money. Can you give us a write-up? Give us a write-up, we give you money. That was in 1990. In 2025, it is the community actors knocking on the doors of donors. And there are many, and they are coming in droves for the same pool of resources. And therefore, it needs that we must smart up. We must shape up to be able to favorably compete again in that situation, in that dynamic, in that paradigm. What are we supposed to do as people who will be seeking grants? We must network and we must seek membership in strategic coalitions to gain better mileage in access to resources. So the word here is networking and collaboration, belonging to strategic coalitions of organizations, strategic coalitions of researchers. When we talk about networking and being in strategic coalitions, we shall talk about it again a little later, but this particular strategy gives us a better mileage in accessing resources. We shall see how. And again, like we have just mentioned, when there are so many actors competing for the same resources, we need to design innovative and sustainable projects to gain better funding chances. So I have introduced another keyword that resource mobilization professionals must always speak about. They must always speak about sustainable projects. They must always develop sustainable projects. Now, how do we develop sustainable projects? We shall see that later on. So two words are again intertwined here: innovation and sustainability. Projects that we design must be able to stand the test of innovation. Are we speaking about novel ideas to solve known challenges? That is innovation. Are we developing projects that leave a lasting mark, what we call impact, on the targeted communities? That is sustainability. How do we achieve that in our projects? Donors are looking for those words. How innovative is my intervention? How sustainable is my project? Then the third strategy to counter this mushrooming of community actors is that we need to always develop partnerships with government and even private sector players in designing projects, in implementing projects, and in evaluating the effectiveness of projects. that is one of the most viable options available to us as we seek grants. Again, we need to diversify our strategies and sources of resources for the work that we are doing. Remember, we are talking about trends and dynamics that we must appreciate before even starting to write a proposal. The other trend, which is closely related to the first two, is that there are shifting donor priorities, and some people even go ahead and say there is donor fatigue. I don't want to emphasize so much in this, but it is important that we understand that because of the complexities of human needs, the priorities of the donors we have known may change quite often. When there are wars in parts of the globe, the same donor that was prioritizing on funding malaria interventions may find itself shifting to fund conflict mitigation and displacement, displaced communities, and that type of stuff. So we need to be very vigilant as resource mobilizers, that there will be shifts at no notice within the donors that we target. And on a weaker scale, there may be fatigue. Some donors say they have been funding certain interventions over many decades, but they're not seeing tangible results. So what is happening? Those are questions that are pertinent in the donor world today. So what is the way forward for us? We need strategic program and project focusing. Strategic program and project focusing, which is supported by periodic strategic realignments that enable funding feasibility. Strategic program and project focusing. And you may, for you who work in organizations, especially in the non-governmental organizations, you know about organizational strategic plans. Strategic plans are drawn to guide institutions in the way they pursue their mission and their vision. Now, if a strategic plan is developed to cover a period of 3 years or 5 years as is the common trend, then it aligns to what is existing in the donor world, so that you don't develop very good interventions, but you fail to get funding. The second strategy to counter shifting donor priorities and fatigue is to develop time-specific, innovative, and sustainable projects that attract the dwindling donor funds. And closely related to that is that we are tasked to develop projects that leave long-term developmental impact onto the targeted community. Now, this is a quick way of unpacking what we call sustainability. When we talk about sustainable projects, we speak a language that not many people understand easily. But the meaning is that we need to develop projects that leave long-term developmental impact onto the targeted community. And later on, when we shall be talking about the art of writing the grant, then we say that there should be a section in your project proposal that speaks to this quest of sustainability. I always tell professionals that sustainability is built within the project design. it should be a very conscious step on the part of the project designer in the project development planning, sustainability. And when your proposal is going to be reviewed by any donor today, they really want to find out how innovative is your idea. 2, how sustainable is your project? Now, the question of sustainability, as I have said, seeks to answer this question. Will this project leave long-term developmental impact onto the targeted community? If you are there in that particular community in Uganda for 2 years with the funding from European Union, when the 2-year funding is liquidated, your project ends. If we visit that particular community 2 years later, do we find it still enjoying the benefits of the project that ended 2 years ago? That is the question that development practitioners need to find and to answer. Do we do a project for 2 years, and at the end of it, the community that we targeted is left the same way we found it? Jasper Okelo, am I speaking to you? I've lost Jasper. Fred Lally, are you there?
Doctor, you're speaking. I'm
Yes.
following it as well.
Yes, doctor.
Yes, yes, I do.
Jasper, am I
Sustainability is
speaking
key.
to you? Sustainability is key.
Yeah.
Fred Lally, sustainability
Yes,
is
please.
key.
It's key. It has to, yeah, it has to really be part of the project design.
It should be part of the project design, correct? And donors want to read that. They want to read that part, sustainability planning. So somewhere in your parking lot, just write that down. Donors want to see the section in our project's design, that section called sustainability planning. And it should be well written, not for the sake of the donor, not for the sake of getting the money, but for the sake of leaving long-term impact onto the targeted community. Although sustainability, when included in the project design, gives us better mileage in getting the funding, it should not really be for the sake of getting the funding. It should be for purposes of empowering the community that we are seeking to target. If we seek to empower the community, then we shall build in our projects the issue, the concept of sustainability. Sustainability will have specific strategies clearly stated in our project design documents. And as you implement your project, you also implement sustainability strategies. Mofokeng, are you there?
Yes, doctor, I'm here.
Are you following me?
Yes, I think I'm impressed by the issue of sustainability planning. And
what is impressing you?
Yeah, I think because, donors don't just like, dropping money into any project. And though obviously people have got the impression that no one will be able to see that, but I think donors, because they distribute the means to drive the projects. They've got ways and they develop ways of trying to check whether there was value for money for whatever that they spend on your project.
Correct. Value for money. They want to see value for
yes,
money.
Doctor.
Yes, they want to see value for money. What will $1 do to this targeted community, and how are we able to trace that $1 3 years after the project is ended? Are we able to see the benefits of that dollar and to that particular community 3 years after the project ends? Those are the questions, brothers and sisters, my dear colleagues in program world. Those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves even as we design these projects. And we are going to have very effective interventions targeting our communities. The other dynamic is about increasing evidence of reduced levels of integrity within the development disciplines. Increasing evidence of reduced levels of integrity within the development disciplines. What are we saying here in a very diplomatic way? What are we saying here? Who is there? Ida? Ida, are you there?
Yes, Doctor.
Ida, we are saying something here very diplomatically. What is it?
It's corruption.
Yes, that's the common word, but I'm trying to define it in a very diplomatic way that today, Ida, there is increasing evidence that organizations and actors and researchers are suffering from a reduction in levels of integrity. And this negatively impacts our fundraising work. Ida, speak to us a bit.
Yes, but Doctor, you're not coming out very clearly. I think we should not beat around the bush. We should say we are not being truthful. Our aim is not really to use that money for what we are writing. The aim is for personal gains, not for the gain of the project. But we need to show evidence that actually this grant or this project is going to benefit, that it's for the public good. And that is not coming out clearly.
Okay, Ida, when you are developing your project,
yes,
what we are saying is that somewhere at the back of your mind,
yes,
let it be alive in somewhere at the back of your mind that the donor you are going to approach has some misgivings about you as an organization.
yes.
You as Ida, what's the name of your organization, if any?
I don't have any. The one where I work now, Uganda Management Institute.
Uganda Management Institute. Now,
yes.
So Ida, you are applying to European Union for a very good intervention, maybe on food security or capacity building for community healthcare providers, whatever it is.
Mm.
As Uganda Management Institute.
Mm.
But then European Union has just had a very negative experience with another organization in Somalia.
Yes.
So to them now, what is the difference between this organization called Somalia Girl Child Empowerment Network What is the difference between Somalia Girl Child Empowerment Network from Uganda Management Institute in terms of integrity? What is the difference now? European Union is asking that question. So here you are, Ida, you have developed a very good proposal you have sent to European Union. That proposal finds them grappling with a challenge with Somalia Girl Child Empowerment Network. So what are you trying to say? We are trying to say that lack of integrity somewhere negatively affects our chances of getting resources from donors somewhere else. And these are not they're not rumors. They're issues that are clearly pertinent in the development discipline today. And what we are saying is that we should be aware that those are now factors that negate our chances of getting resources, however good our interventions are as per the design. So what are we supposed to do? We must demonstrate integrity, Ida, in everything that we do if we want to attract funding and continue to attract funding. Integrity must not just be there, it must be seen to exist even from far within your organizations, within our organizations. So we are saying integrity must be demonstrated. So that is the question that I want to again pose, very quick one again. I want to pose it to Jerry Mandela. I don't know if Jerry is there. If not, I pose it to Wendy, one of the two, if they are there, either Jerry Mandela or Wendy. I want to pose that question. How do we demonstrate integrity within our organizations? Jerry, if you are there. Wendy, if you are there. Wendy is not there. Antonio Banda.
Hello. Good morning, Dr. Charles.
Is this Jerry?
Yeah, this is Jerry.
Jerry, speak to us. How do we demonstrate integrity in our organizations?
Okay. In organizations, can demonstrate integrity maybe through consistent ethical behavior, but maybe you can also use transparent communication or accountability for action and commitment to fairness and respect in all dealings. For example, I can say that this involves establishing clear values, like leading by example, fostering a speak-up culture, and integrating ethical consideration into decision-making and performance evaluation. I think that's how we can integrate integrity. Thank you.
Correct. Correct. Wendy, if you are there. Wendy, if you are there. If not, Emma.
Yes, thank you so much, Doctor. I think to me, one organization, we just need to be always fair and transparent in the conduct of how we do things. For example, we all know that some organization like mine, where I am working, we have what we call protocols and guidelines that we adhere to in case we are involving ourselves in a very community-changing research or study. So we always have that disclosure or conflict of interest that reflects that as an organization, we always do things in ABCD, and we are always having the aspect of adhering to the confidentiality between the parties that are involved. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Emma. Antonio, you want to speak something? Vanda? Antonio? Andrew Erickson?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Charles, for this opportunity.
Welcome.
What I wish to mention, and as far as, of course, demonstrating integrity during the implementation of our projects is concerned, we
Yes.
actually need to, first of all, enhance transparency and honesty.
Correct.
And this will be demonstrated on how we communicate openly with our stakeholders.
Correct.
About the status, challenges, and risks that we encounter.
Yes.
And another one is honoring our commitments.
Okay.
So that whatever we drafted in the concept and in the proposal should
Yes.
also be reflected in what we do.
Yes.
On those the promises, the deadlines, and the responsibilities.
Yes.
Based on the tasks that we have allocated different staffs within the organization.
Correct.
Of course, with the specific timelines. Then, of course, not forgetting adherence to ethical standards.
Correct.
Of which it's close. I guess might be synonymous to what you've mentioned as integrity, because I think it is also very essential for the success of the project. When it comes to decision making, there must be fairness, respect, and of course, ethical principles. Then maybe I can add the last one should be accountability, because the rest have already been mentioned. Thank you.
Correct. Correct.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Now, key strategies and evidential actions must be put in place to improve and assure credibility in project performance, as you have said, Erickson. Grants utilization and management, among others, should follow that. Now, in our organizations, there should exist a code of ethics on program work as a starting point. And we must follow it constantly with actions should there be a breach. Follow it constantly with actions should there be a breach. Key strategies and evidential actions must be put in place to improve and assure credibility in project performance. And also in grants utilization and grants management. In our organizations, we must ensure the existence of a code of ethics on program work as a starting point. And we must constantly follow it with actions should there be a breach. That will be a starting point in ensuring that we demonstrate credibility. So, whenever we are writing proposals for funding, let us remember those dynamics. Let us remember those trends. That it is not just about a good proposal. People tell me, I want to get out of this workshop with the ability to write a fundable proposals, a proposal that will win the grant. That is what everybody wants as an outcome to any grants writing and grants management workshop. But I always want to divorce our minds temporarily from a proposal that wins a grant to the fundamentals. Before your proposal can win a grant, there are certain fundamentals. Which you must appreciate. Some of these factors are internal, some are external. When we say mushrooming of community actors, as we have said, that's an external factor. It's an external factor that affects our ability to win grants. When there is a call for proposals today, the donor wants to fund 5 organizations from East Africa, 5 from Southern Africa, 5 from Western Africa. Those are just 15, and probably 3 from Central Africa. But the total number of proposals that come is 200 applicants. They only want to pick 17 applicants out of 200. It means that we really need to be competitive. And some of the things that are out here which affect us are beyond our control, but we must shape up to comfortably compete. So I want to go back to a factor that we have talked about earlier, about networking and belonging to strategic coalitions. We are going to talk about it a little later also, but I want to mention that there is a perception in the donor world today that organizations and researchers and institutions, for that matter, that adopt networking and collaboration as a way of approaching funding and project delivery are deemed to be more credible than those that are working on their own. There is a perception. Whether that is true or not is debatable, but the donor world believes that institutions that work in partnership with others are less prone to credibility issues. They are less prone to credibility issues because there is peer checking, peer influence, peer networking, and the power of networking brings with it a little bit more credibility, because when you are working in partnership and the donor is funding a partnership or a coalition of organizations, then there is more in credibility than otherwise. That is the perception the donors have. So we always say, when we work in coalitions, we stand better chances of getting resources. Any question from audience?
Yes. Hi, Dr.
Yes, hi, how are you?
Yeah, thank you. I'm fine. So you've mentioned that when you maybe write proposals with the peers, does this bring in the element of, let's say, consortium? Because like there are so many emerging trends, and one of them, we are told that for you to score, even right now, to score very easily in terms of writing proposals, you need to come up as a group, bring in different organizations, and of course do some fundraising. So we are told that this increases the chances of you securing some funding from the donors. So maybe I was just asking if this is in line with what you've just mentioned, so that it also leads to the reduced cases of maybe, let's say, lack of integrity or some fraud and so forth.
Yes, that is exactly what we are saying. Network and seek membership in strategic coalitions to gain better mileage in access to resources. Now, there is, Erickson, there is a trend where certain funding agencies today want to fund coalitions. They want to fund consortia as opposed to funding individual entities. Now, the idea behind that is simple. There is a perception, as I have said, that when you fund a consortia, this consortia in itself maybe is a consortium of 5 organizations. There will be positive peer influence. And when an agreement for the implementation of that project is signed, it is signed between the funding agency and the consortia. Now, there will be a central management mechanism for the consortia, whereby every organization within that consortia will play certain synergistic role. And when they are reporting, they report to the central mechanism. Then the central mechanism will report to the donor. So it is upon the central mechanism in that type of a coalition to ensure that the members live up to the expectations of the grant, and the donor tends to be more sure of getting value for money in that type of an arrangement than when it is just one organization. I have seen that many times in the universities where we do partnership programs, especially in research. One organization, maybe it's a university in Kenya, another university in Zimbabwe, another one in Ghana, another one in Nigeria, doing the same work, but on different levels. The understanding within the donor world is that it is better to work with coalitions like that than to work with individuals. And I have said that it is debatable, but that is what is happening. Erickson? Erickson, are you there?
Yes, Dr. I think that is well explained. And,
Right.
I think it is one of the good practices that we should be embracing at this fast-paced society where things are moving so fast. Thank you.
Exactly. The second item that I want us to speak about is, therefore, apart from those dynamics that you need to appreciate, what else ensures your success? What makes the difference between organization A and organization B in terms of success in resource mobilization? The first one is that resource mobilization must be part of what happens all the time in an organization. It must be part of what happens all the time. That is why in well-endowed institutions, we have specific desks for resource mobilization with all types of names. We'll call it resource mobilization desk, resource mobilization department, resource mobilization office, with people and supportive infrastructure. That is different from an organization where resource mobilization is an event. I always say it is not supposed to be an event. It is supposed to be a lifeline of an organization. Do not stop, I always say, even when you think you have enough resources in your organization, do not stop. It must be a continuous process. The second fundamental is that we are called on to develop and strengthen our skills for resource mobilization. So we say that in my organization, in your organization, proposal writing and fundraising skills are a must for an organization to survive. Those of us who work in Kenya, we even know what is now happening in our universities. The issue of resource gaps is catching up so badly with the organizations, and we are now tasked more than ever before to widen the net for resources, so that some of us who have been in the university for long and have relied heavily on funding from government are now finding ourselves very frustrated. But those organizations that have perfected the skill of fundraising away from conventional method of waiting for government capitation are now thriving very well in Kenya today. So we are saying that proposal writing and fundraising skills are a must for an organization that wants to survive. And then you have to back it up with skills in managing those resources. And sometimes when I talk to people about resource management, I always tell them that it is even more difficult than fundraising. Resource management, what we call in the development world, grants management, is more difficult than fundraising, because we have seen a lot of institutions grappling with grants that they have been given. We have seen a lot of challenges in grants management, and that need not be the case. We need to strengthen our skills in resource management just as much as we strengthen our skills in fundraising. Again, I want to speak about networking and collaboration as a prerequisite to success. The difference between organization A and B may lie on whether they have embraced the power of networking and collaboration as a way of strengthening resource mobilization and resource management. And not even just that, but also in project execution. Network, that is my advice now, network and collaborate with other organizations if you want to survive. It will raise your profile, that is number one. It will improve your skills, number two, and it will improve your credibility perception. And when you are able to do that, you will access more resources. You must, as an institution, you must seek and sustain organizational visibility. Within the process of networking and collaboration, you will be seeking and you will be sustaining organizational visibility all the time through networking and collaboration. You are seen. In simple language, your organization will be seen. You will be visible. When you embrace networking and collaboration, you become more visible. Make sure that you as an institution and the key people are visible in workshops, you are visible in website, you are visible in networks, you are visible in media and conferences, so that you are able to create a brand of your work. Create a brand of your work. That is about networking and collaboration. The other element is about implementation, accounting, and reporting as a fundamental to success. You want to write a grant-winning proposal. You want to sit through this workshop so that the next proposal you write wins a grant for your institution. That is good enough. But look back to your organization. Somebody said, Ida said they are from Uganda Management Institute. Ida, are you listening? Ida?
Ida stepped out for another meeting. She texts a message.
Jasper.
Yeah. Yes, Dr.
Jasper, what is your organization, the one where you work?
I work for ZOA Uganda.
What is
ZOA
that in short?
ZOA is a Dutch organization. It is the organization.
ZOA Uganda.
Yeah, it's a Dutch organization. We deal with food security, livelihood, land rights, and then also
food security
and education sector.
Jasper, food security. Now, Jasper, you are writing a proposal for funding, but you want it to be a good one that will win more grants for ZOA Uganda. But look back, you have a good proposal, Jasper, but look back at the operations of your organization against this fundamental. And we say organizations that implement well, they account well and they account in time. They report well and they report in time, have greater chances of getting more resources. One of the assurances when you implement well, you account well and you account in time, and you report well and report in time. One of the outcomes is an assurance on credibility, among other aspects. The opposite is that a feeling of mistrust on the mind of the donor comes to the fore. When you fail to implement well, when you fail to account, you fail to report well. Reporting well means two things. It means that you are capable of executing the project as you had proposed it. It means that you can be trusted. So look at your organization against these parameters. Look at your organization.
Yes, Doctor, I do appreciate your comment, and see, as an international organization, we believe in ourselves.
Hello, Jasper, speak louder, please.
Yes, Doctor, I do appreciate the point that you pulled out, and I think the most critical thing that you mentioned is your visibility. The institutional visibility is critical, considering that the funding space is shrinking.
Yes.
You can find yourself like you form a consortium of both private sector, consortium of international institutions, research institutions, including with this principle of today calling localization, whereby you bring maybe local government as well as maybe the local organization or community-based organization, but still find that you are beaten hands down. You're not able to obtain this, and you ask yourself, me and my consortium have presented all our documents. First of all, that shows the credibility in terms of maybe code of conduct, maybe work ethics, maybe accountability, maybe all those required criteria. And you begin to wonder, how best can I do it differently in the next call so that I am not left out? I want to bring for you an example. Recently, there was a call from a mitigation action facility, and I got to know that, okay, the feedback we obtained was negative, but then there was 527 applicants. And out of 527 applicants, they are awarded this contract. Only 25 graduated to the next stage. So you begin to wonder what is that I've not done that did not qualify me to move to the next step. So it is really like now we need like a magical word, and I do agree with you. Some of the magical words that you mentioned could be like innovation, it could be sustainability.
We are losing you, Mr. Okello.
Oh, sorry. So I'm saying that looking at such a situation, you have to begin thinking of the magical word, the word that captivates, that compel the evaluator to see that this is a viable project. Amidst all this, which one can I take first? But I think, Doctor, I stand to be corrected. It is now becoming, the funding space is becoming a situation of who do I know from this institution? What is the history of this organization? How visible were they maybe 5 years ago, and how visible are they today? So this brings in a lot of thinking. You find yourself lost. Get what I mean? Yeah, I was spoken so many things, but all essence is how can I increase my visibility and I get to the bottom, to the heart of the evaluator to ensure that this proposal is more compelling. Needs to be
Okay, Mr. Okello. I get your point. We are still discussing. Remember what we said. There is no one answer. There are several answers that we are going to share in this workshop.
Yeah.
Yes. So I was just saying that we need to implement well. We need to account. We need to report. This just reminds me of a discussion that we always have in grants management workshops, where we say that a grant well managed is another grant in the near future. That's always how we conclude in grants management workshops. So it reminds me of institutions that may be struggling with this simple element of implementation. I remember what we said about increasing evidence of reduced credibility. That reduced credibility sometimes manifests in poor implementation, poor accounting, and poor reporting. Sometimes, remember I'm using the word sometimes. So we need to be on top of the game. Again, we talk about credibility as a fundamental, which we have talked about earlier. We always say that grants agencies want credit for their money. We are always challenged to acknowledge our sources of resources. And also, institutions that provide grants only want to work with organizations that are credible and can demonstrate credibility. We have talked about that. Innovation as a fundamental to success. I sometimes struggle to explain innovation, but in simple terms, innovation is the art. Innovation is the art of developing novel project ideas to solving known challenges. For example, in your case, Jasper Okello, reducing household poverty, reducing household food insecurity. Now, innovation sometimes is even shown in how you title your project. The title of your project may at some point begin to show a pointer, to how innovative your intervention is. We are always challenged to develop innovative ideas for our projects. That is, avoid thinking in a common way when designing your projects. Funders would not feel obliged to support common innovations. Common in quotes. Look at that word. Avoid thinking in a common way when designing your projects. Avoid thinking in a common way when designing your projects. I remember sometimes in the year 2002, we were working for the Ministry of Health here in Kenya. And we were applying for a funding to the Global Fund. There's a fund called Global Fund to Fight AIDS, TB, and Malaria. For us who are quite vast in the funding world, we know about Global Fund. This is a Geneva-based funding agency that mobilizes resources from all over the world to support interventions against malaria in Africa, malaria, TB, tuberculosis, and HIV. So there was a funding for interventions around nutrition. So when we sat down with my team, we asked ourselves two questions as we wanted to approach this. We listed down certain ideas around nutritional interventions, community nutritional interventions, that we would consider to be common ideas, and we listed them. Then we listed again uncommon ideas, and we sifted through them, and we came up with one. And what we developed a project on, yes, Global Fund wanted to give money for nutritional interventions. But then we asked ourselves, what type of nutritional interventions would stand out? How do we stand out? How do we develop an intervention idea that will stand out? Jasper, when you say 500 applicants, 500 institutions applied for one funding agency, and finally they funded 25. That is the type of scenario that we have. Commonly, those are the scenarios. They are all over. There will be a call for proposals. 200 people will apply. 200 organizations will apply. They will only fund 10. What will guide them in funding 10 and throwing out the other 190 or the other 200? What will be their motivations? Is your idea innovative? That is number one. Number two, is your idea sustainable? We have talked about this. How common is this intervention? For example, when Jasper, you are talking about food security. Food security is a wide area. And if we throw it now to plenary and we say, we have money here for food security, what type of interventions will people suggest to us? There will be so many types of interventions. And if I were to make decisions, I would go for those that are so innovative. Number two, I would go for those that are sustainable. If you undertake this intervention for 2 years, Jasper, somewhere in Uganda, when the funding ends, what do we find in that particular community 1 year after you have left? What do we find in that community 2 years after you have left? Those are the questions that will determine whether your project is given money or your project is denied the resources you need. So avoid thinking in a common way and begin to think innovatively. How do I reduce household poverty in this particular community? If my work is about household poverty reduction, what interventions do I put in place? Thinking ad hoc, reducing household poverty. Somebody would say, I want to give startup funds to vulnerable households. so that they can be able to do whatever they want. Somebody would say, I want to start in-house vegetable gardens or in-house vegetable sacks to reduce household poverty. The ideas are so many. But which one stands out above the rest? Which one can be replicated? Which one is sustainable? Those are questions that fundraisers must be able to confront. So innovation, as I have said, is the art of developing novel project ideas to solving known challenges. We know about household poverty. We know about food security. We know about disease prevalence. We know about child mortality. We know about maternal and child mortality and morbidity. But if we have to confront these challenges, what type of interventions do we put in place? Those interventions must be innovative. Those interventions must be replicable in the sense that they should be interventions that can be reproduced to be undertaken in other geographical areas. They must be interventions that leave a long-lasting impact that is now sustainability. Those are the issues that will help us stand out. Then there is the issue of diversification. We have conventional means of resource mobilization, and we have unconventional means of resource mobilization. Think through both. Many of us are used to the common ways of resource mobilization. That is, writing proposals to donors and all that type of stuff. But did we know that we have other strategies? I know, colleagues, you know about other methodologies like fundraising walks, fundraisers dinner parties, and just setting up fundraising centers outside your country, among other things. Now, these unconventional strategies assure our organizations of what we call unrestricted funding. With unrestricted funding, you are able to develop your organizational infrastructure, the internal infrastructure. Unconventional strategies assure us of unrestricted funding, which may be used at the organizational discretion. Like, for example, if I want to improve the capacity of my fundraising team, and there's no donor who wants to give me money for it, I would use unconventional or unrestricted funds available to my organization to undertake that type of work. So we need to diversify our sources of resource mobilization. Our methods should be diversified so that we have other interventions that give us resources. Then there is the issue of media utilization. We say, be media-wise, be media-wise. You are doing a lot of good work, but nobody knows about you. So we talk about publicizing the work that you do. Media can be used positively to boost your funding opportunities. So when well harnessed, when media is well harnessed, it can be a good fundraising strategy, because there are people who hear about your work. There is an organization in UK called Comic Relief. Comic Relief uses a lot of media to raise resources for the grants that it provides to the developing world. So media is their mainstay. They talk about their work. They bring in personalities to undertake public awareness campaigns. And from that, they raise a lot of resources for the grants they give. So as an organization, we need to explore the positive attributes of media to help publicize our work. Sometimes we lose out on funding just because nobody knows us. Yet there's a lot of work that we do, food security. There's a lot of research we are undertaking, which we end up not disseminating. And when we disseminate our research findings, for example, we improve information to a critical stakeholder community, and we therefore improve our publicity, our image. So when somebody says, do you know about this organization? It is likely the answer will be yes. Coupled again with what we have said about belonging to networks, belonging to coalitions, belonging to consortia. Any question, Jasper? Any question, Jerry? Any question, Emma? Any question, Ida? Jasper, it's okay?
Yes, well, thanks.
Then, I'm talking to everybody.
It's fine. It's fine. Thank you.
Fred, you want to say something? Lali?
No, yeah, I'm just saying it's fine. There was a component of internal control, which you explained it as the accountability, accounting well, reporting well in time. The internal control is what I've been seeing common also in a structured call, where they want to see who is your auditor, your audited books, your financial accounts, and then who are the signatories for the grants, for the work, or within the system. Then you have policies, internal policies for integrity.
Yes.
Internal policies for environment. Yeah. So all this, at least it was captured, and that's why I did not raise my hands.
Okay.
For any clarification, this was okay.
I have seen my good friend Emmanuel Okalang. Welcome, Emmanuel. Now, the other fundamental is about targeting. I want to talk about targeting in a twofold way. Targeting. How are we doing targeting? The first aspect of targeting is about the needs. Target most pressing needs with our interventions. Target the most pressing needs. And then target the most vulnerable populations. Target the most pressing needs with your interventions. So we say, in targeting, the most likely projects that will be funded are small projects, sustainable projects, high impact project, innovative project, low budgeted project for the most pressing need. The most pressing need. Ask yourself about the focus of your interventions, the focus of your institutions. what are the most pressing needs that you target? What are the most pressing needs? Then, which populations do we target with our projects? What we call targeting the vulnerability value. Who do we target with our projects and why? And I say targeting has a value. That is why most projects that are funded, you'll always realize that there is the vulnerability value to those particular projects. In conventional terms, we have a concept called MAPS, or most at-risk populations. So for our projects to gain better mileage in funding availability, we should be able to focus most at-risk populations. Projects that target most at-risk populations will most likely get funding before others are funded. So ask yourself this question: who do we target with our projects in terms of population? Why do we target them? That is why you will see a lot of projects targeting women, a lot of projects targeting the youth, a lot of projects targeting children, marginalized populations, most at-risk populations. Those are the keywords. Women in domestic violence. Youth in drugs. Children in conflict zones. Other marginalized populations. Those projects that target these particular community groups will most likely attract funding on a fast scale basis. So remember this word, most at-risk populations. Children in situations of conflict. Youth living with disability. Think about these marginalized community groups. Think about them. So when we develop interventions, we should ask ourselves, who are we targeting? Who are we targeting with our interventions? Why are we targeting them? And let us remember that targeting has a value, what we call the vulnerability value. The more vulnerable your target population is, the more likely that your intervention will be funded. Any experience? Any experience from plenary?
Hello.
Any experience? Mark,
Yeah.
Mark
Yeah.
Ubu.
Yeah. Thank
Yes.
you, Doctor.
Yes.
You have actually explicitly explained how we can navigate the process of getting funding from donors. The question that I would like to ask you, that most of donors, they are cautious of new CPOs and organizations, even if they are target they are targeting the most vulnerable communities, like the children, women, and youth who are abusing drugs and substance abuse. But still, donors will not fund their projects. So could you shed some more light in this area so that I will be able to navigate around this? Thank you.
We talked about partnerships and coalitions. We talked about developing partnerships with government and belonging to consortia, belonging to networks, and developing joint interventions. Now, the truth is that new CBOs and NGOs sometimes may struggle with gaining acceptance at the table of many donors. But how do we go about that? The first strategy is to work in partnership with other more well-established organizations, or to work in partnership with mainstream government departments, say like the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Ministry of, say, if you are talking about clean energy or climate change, you could work with the Ministry of, or a department of government that is targeting this type of intervention. So that, yes, you are relatively new to that particular donor, but the government is not new. And if you can be able to show that you are working in collaboration with others, then you are in the process of beginning to melt that particular type of ice. But I agree that it is one of the limiting factors for many upcoming organizations. So the strategy is to work in partnerships and collaboration with others. Mark?
Yeah,
thank you, Mark. So we were
thank
talking
you very
about...
much, Doctor. You have really answered it quite well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm really happy.
Thank you. Targeting. Thank you, Mark. So we've talked about targeting. Anybody who wants to say something about targeting? Remember, targeting, we have talked about it in twofold. The first aspect of targeting is about the need, targeting most pressing need, and two, targeting most marginalized populations, most vulnerable populations. Anybody to share an experience on that?
Can I share something?
Alice, welcome.
Yes, the refugees is also another vulnerable population in the country. The refugee groups.
The refugees.
You can target the
Yes.
women, or because I've been working on a project for integrating refugees in higher education. The process of integrating them in higher education.
Okay.
I wrote a proposal. It was very competitive, a small grant, but I was able to get it because of the kind of people I was targeting in higher education.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you so much, Alice. Targeting. Anybody else with an experience?
Yes.
Yes,
thank
Dr.
you, colleagues.
Fred,
Okay,
welcome.
Thank you. I have an experience in Karamoja, where, but again, my target group, in terms of vulnerability,
yes.
Again, these land colleagues from Onaro. But my topic was I wanted to build their capacity to be able to model suitable sites for their climate smart crops. They are raising climate smart crops. They are distributing climate smart crops to communities, also vulnerable communities, that's the Karamojong communities, to cope up, to adopt with the climate situation. So, but they do not have scales to model suitable sites for these crops. And using geospatial technologies, my grant, which I acquired from USAID, clearly indicated that this narrow, the crop scientists did not have the skills to model suitable sites using geospatial technology. So I managed to get the grant because I looked at the gap. First of all, within the narrow, they did not have that skill. Then also the success of this capacity building will help the vulnerable communities, the Karamojong communities that are facing a lot of challenges in the northeastern part of Uganda. So yeah, indeed, looking at that kind of target group sails you through the grant proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. Thank you so much. So there is value in targeting, the vulnerability value. Think about that. Whenever you are designing an intervention, think about that. Target the most pressing need, then work with the most vulnerable populations. Thank you so much, Fred. The other fundamental about success: learn and love to write. Learn and love to write. Successful proposal writing and fundraising is an art for those who love to read, those who love to write, and those who love to analyze things. So get in love, fall in love with reading, that is number one. Fall in love with writing, and fall in love with analysis. Analyze things. Don't look at things at face value and run with it. Analyze, analyze. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. And never be discouraged. There's somebody who said you did a proposal and you did not get the money. Remember, you were 500 applicants. The donor wanted to just fund 25, meaning that 475 people would not get a chance. I want to say that is very normal, but we must work smart. So learn and love to write, learn and love, learn and write, learn to write, learn to analyze. And we are going to look at that a little deeper after our 10-minute break. Let's take a 10-minute break, stretch our legs, come back, and we begin to look at this monster called proposal. You have been given, Kevina has shared some assignments with you. I hope you have them. Fred, have you received the assignment sheet?
Oh, let me check if it's in the
Kevina has shared
email.
it through email.
Yes.
Through email, okay. Let me check in the mail. Thank you.
We want to start looking at them. 10 minutes. Paul Ebongon, welcome. So we are taking a 10 minutes break. And when we come back, we are going to look at assignment 1 as we begin the process of proposal writing.
Hello, Doctor. Doctor.
10 minutes break.
Hello,
Yes.
Doctor.
Mark?
I've checked my email, but I did not get that assignment.
Kevina, are you there, Kevina?
Yes, I'm sending the assignment.
You're sending now?
For those who haven't gotten it.
Okay, send them please, because we are taking a 10 minutes break, and when we come back, we are going to look at assignment 1.
I've also not got the assignment.
Yeah, she's sending. Kevina is sending. So we are taking a 10 minutes break.
Prof, let me post my email address again for our colleague to share. Because yeah. So anybody who has received can still share to this email. It's in the chat. Thank you.
That's great. Kevina, is everybody on board now with the assignments?
I would like to think so. I have shared with all the emails in the chat, and I've also put it in the communities for those who have not been able to share their email.
Thank you.
Doctor, I seem not to get anything from my side. I'm checking my email, but I don't see anything coming in.
Kevina, please respond to Mofokeng. Kevina, please respond to our brother Mofokeng.
Okay. I've also shared the assignment in this chat if you're not able to access it. It's in the chat.
In the chat.
Assignment. Mofokeng, are you able to get it now?
Let me check the chat, Doctor.
Please do.
I will also check in the chat.
Check it, please. Mofokeng, please confirm that you received the write-ups. Welcome back, colleagues. Welcome back from our short break. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Kindly confirm that you are back.
Doctor, we are back. I'm back.
Alice, you've confirmed you're back.
But the
Emma, are
assignment,
you there?
I have not got the assignment yet.
Wow.
Me too, I've not got the assignment as well.
Have you posted your email address?
Oh, true.
Kevina, how do we proceed with the colleagues not getting the assignment?
The assignment is in the chat. I'm just going to reshare it.
Okay.
Kevin, is this coming from Augustine Kinder?
No, it's not. It's in the chat here. Just the latest thing that I've, let me tag it. And you. Can you say it in the chat? Please confirm. Please confirm that you can see the group assignment in the chat and access it.
In the chat, the one labeled course group, eh?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Is everybody on the same page now? Are we on the same page now for the assignments?
I've just received it, Doctor, and I'm trying to go through it.
Okay, I give 3 minutes for us to read through just the page one, just the assignment one. Page one of that assignment. Let's read it through about three minutes. Three minutes, please. Welcome back. Alice?
Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Doctor.
I'm back.
Alice, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I've got the assignment.
You've gotten the assignment. We are only reading the
I'm
first
reading for it.
page. Okay, Alice.
Yes.
Alice, read us through the first paragraph. Then Mofokeng, read for us the second paragraph. And Susan, read the third paragraph to us. Alice, welcome.
Yes, just a minute. Okay. I'll just read a bit. Yeah, a proposal is an essential marketing document that helps cultivate an initial professional relationship between an organization, stroke institution, and a funding agency, in brackets sometimes referred to as donor, of a project, in brackets development or research, to be implemented. The document outlines the plan of the implementing organization about the project, giving extensive information about the intention for implementing it, the ways to manage it, and the results to be delivered from it.
A proposal is therefore a very important document. In some cases, it is preceded by a concept note or letter of inquiry, providing a brief on the basic facts of the project idea, sometimes including a summary budget. However, the project idea faces a considerable challenge when it has to be presented in a framework. The proposal therefore adopts a framework that establishes the ideas formally for a clearer and a more in-depth understanding of the project for a donor. Besides, unless the ideas are put in writing or documented, they do not exist. Hence, a proposal facilitates appropriate utilization of the right words for the concept of an idea, for the conception of an idea.
Right. Susan, paragraph 4. Susan.
Proposal writing has of late become more sophisticated, reflecting the increased competitiveness and large resources which now exist in both the development and research sectors, geared towards the general community and knowledge development work. This scenario has also seen mushrooming of many actors in the civil, private, and public sectors, all eyeing same pools of funds for the deserving project ideas across the globe.
Mr. Banda, the last paragraph, Mr. Banda, if Mr. Banda is in there. Mr. Banda.
I've just seen the assignment. I haven't got a comment yet.
Now just read us the paragraph 5, the last paragraph, Banda. Mr. Banda, please. If not,
Sorry,
Mr. Banda.
Doctor, I'm using a smartphone. It's very slow. I can't access it right now.
Okay, sorry. I understand. Then Venant, Zabanda. Is Faith in? Faith Cherono? Fred Lally?
Yes, Prof, which paragraph? The last one?
Yes.
Yep. Enormous opportunities and stiff competition existing in the grant-seeking field have therefore led to the trend of making grants writing and management an emerging but quite challenging profession. This has continued to pose a nightmare of many small and or less skilled institutions in the civil society, private as well as public sectors, such as CBOs, NGOs, academic and government agencies. This workshop therefore intends to impart and or strengthen skill necessary to make this work easier. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, for all of us now, I want to invite you to share with us a sentence or a word from this preamble document which makes more sense to you, or which gives you some greater meaning to this work of writing proposals. A word or a sentence or a phrase picked from this preamble document, which you would like to share with us as a matter of emphasis. Who is starting?
Thank you, Doc. Let me start briefly, but I'll jump to paragraph 2, where you indicated that sometimes paragraph 2 about the
read
which
the
says
sentence or
proposal
the
is therefore sometimes in our field of science they say you indicate project idea note, which is symbolized as PIN. I see you have a letter of inquiry or letter of interest, the LIOs, and then the concept note. So I just wanted to add my voice about the project idea note, which is also common PIN, common in other fields of science. Preceding a proposal. I think when the idea note is liked, it's pinching well, then they tell you to write probably the proposal. That's what I wanted to deliberate about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Somebody else?
Can I come in?
Jasper?
Yeah.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph 1, talking about it's actually a marketing tool. It's where I communicate to the.
We are losing you, Jasper.
No, I'm saying it's paragraph 1, which is a marketing tool. Just like when you look at it, yes, it sells the idea, what you want to do, how you want to do it, so that the third party or the potential person is able to say, okay, yes, this is a good idea, and I can buy this idea and move it to another level. Right. Yeah, not until it is communicated clearly, the potential funder may not give you the money. No matter how comprehensive it is, but it has to be like clearly articulated, and then somebody can willing say, okay, wow, this is a document, or this is a person I can go with to another level. Thank you.
It's a marketing document. Jasper, just still on that part.
Yeah.
So what if we hear this word, a marketing document, we are developing a marketing document. So what should concern us? Yeah, what should be our concern when we are developing a marketing document? What should be our concern?
Yeah, I think just like we explained in the morning before we went for the break, what should concern us is what is the situation? What is this that I'm talking about? What is it that, if it is done, is going to translate to a positive impact to a particular group of people I'm looking at?
Yes.
So if you're not sure of the situation for which you want money, and you're not sure about the target persons or the target population, even the target location, it will be a great concern to the funder. And of course, somebody will look at how is it going to be done? Is it going to be done individually, what is going to be done as a group and who are in the group.
Jasper.
Yes, sir.
So
Just
marketing
to add on to Jasper's, I would like to also say you need to indicate clearly the donor priority area. You need to know it.
No, Fred.
Yes.
We are just talking about the basics here. We are not talking about a project or a donor. We are talking about a marketing document. When we develop a marketing document, what should be our concern?
All right, fine. Then, yeah, what Jasper has listed, probably I was trying to add on top of what he has put, but that's maybe a wrong point. Thank you.
No, we are just looking, let us still just be basic. Marketing document. When we are developing a marketing document, what should be our concern? Jasper?
Yes, I continue to say, yeah, one is that I should be in position to, one, I know myself.
Yes.
And I should know whom am I going to marketing my idea to.
Yes.
And this is quite critical. And when I'm marketing my idea, what is the potential thing that I should communicate? And what I'm communicating should be pretty fitting the interest of the person to whom I am marketing. Take for instance, when I'm doing just communication material, and then I should know this information is going either for the literate or semi-illiterate or for the intellectuals. So this should be at the back of my mind. So I also feel it is important to really understand, do further research to really know what is the interest of the person to whom I want to sell my product.
Correct.
Yeah.
Those are the things. Now, Fred, take it up from there. Fred Lally?
Yes.
Take it up from there, where Jasper has left it.
Okay, I continue with my same point, which was wrongly placed.
Around marketing.
Oh, okay. I indicated earlier that sometimes it's good to first do a research to see the trend for donor funding areas, and then you do some statistics. Some literature. You do a lot of literature to really know that this gap is what the donors want, and indicated that the available sources are through dashboards. You analyze data, statistical data, to really see clearly that there is need for this funding. So that's where I wanted to pinch. Thank you.
Okay, let's get a third observation from our preamble document. A third observation. Who is reading with us?
No.
A third observation, Erickson?
No.
Yes, Doc. From the preamble, I was able to pick the following phrases as essential.
Which paragraph?
Doing, paragraph 1 still. One is cultivate an initial professional relationship.
Cultivate an initial professional relationship.
Yes, this is very
What do you
important.
want us to understand from that?
Yes, it is very essential so that you need to know or identify who is this person that needs to fund your project.
Yes.
And of course, are your objectives in line with what this donor wants? And what is the implementation process that, okay, what is the procedure of implementation that you're going to put in place so that this becomes into agreement with what the donor requires? So that relationship also brings in the element of trust. And it motivates the donor to channel the resources to the organization. This relationship also makes the donor to be well informed on the kind of the structures that you have in place, yeah, right from the, let's say, senior managerial roles, the mid, and to the lower level. So, and of course, when they are allocating the resources, this will be very important when, okay, knowing the amount of funding that they are going to give you, and of course, they will be sure that you're going to implement this project in a successful way. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Thank you, Andrew.
Hello.
Alice?
Yes.
Hello.
When I look at, yes,
Alice?
yes, a
Welcome.
marketing
Hello.
document, in the marketing language,
Yes.
we say do it right at first time. Me,
Okay,
I would
so
look
about
at
that.
I would look at it like when you are submitting the proposal, don't just submit a proposal for the sake of submitting when it is haphazard. Do a proposal which is comprehensive with extensive information so that even when the donor receives it, just looking at it is enough. First impression is enough. It is enough to market you to the next stage. That's what I see with this first paragraph. Thank you.
Right.
Over to you.
Any other, Alice, that you have picked?
From the same paragraph?
No.
Maybe later. I was just reading the first paragraph. I was concentrating on the first paragraph.
Okay. Okay, anybody else with a phrase or sentence that you want to share with us?
Hello.
Yes, Jackson.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to share about that a proposal of recent has become more sophisticated than before,
Which paragraph
given
is
the
that?
increasing level of competition from among different actors, both private and public. And what does this show? Ladies and gentlemen, this means that as we write the proposals, we write, meanwhile being mindful of the fact that we need to stand out, because I'm not the only one that I'm submitting the proposal. So I write with that in mind, that whatever you write should stand out in order to outcompete. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Jackson. Do we have any other observation?
I can try have a go at it. So for me, it was paragraph 1. It says the document, yes, the document outlines the plan of implementing organization of the implementing organization about the project, giving extensive information about the intention for implementing it, the ways to manage it, and the results. So for me, the keyword that came out of there was the plan. What am I going to do? I need to explain that. I need to explain the key messaging or messages. I need to explain the tactics that I will use. That is, for example, will I use media relations? Will I use social media? Will I use stakeholder engagement? And what are the timelines that I will use? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joanne. Joanne, you arrived late. Say hi to everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I said hi.
Thank you, Joanne. Any other observation before we proceed?
Hi, Dr. Charles.
Andrew?
Kindly just a slight addition to what Joanne has also mentioned.
Yes.
Yeah, on the plan.
Correct.
Yeah, it outlines the plan because this acts as a compass direction. Of course, the donor should know where you're beginning and where you are headed to. Thank you.
Correct. Correct. Thanks, Andrew. Any other observation? The last one?
Yes, doctor. This is
Emma.
Emma. Yes. Yes, I'll share my observation in regards to paragraph 1. and paragraph 3. So for paragraph 1, a lot has been talked about, but me, I will just summarize that paragraph as a reference to say that a proposal is basically a persuasive document. Just basically writing it to persuade your viewers or those potential funders that you want to show them that. Yes.
It is a persuasive document.
Persuasive, yes.
Yes, link it up. If we link it up with what Alice said, Alice talked about getting it right the first time. Alice, are you there?
Yes, Prof, I'm there, Doc.
Yes, you talked about that in marketing, you have a concept saying get it right the first time.
Yes.
And now our brother is bringing in a second aspect, persuasive document.
Mm.
Yes, so we are getting it, we are now getting the real understanding of what a proposal is, persuasive document. Our brother, continue.
Yes, thank you so much, Doctor. So, like I said, you want to persuade your viewers and your potential funders that what you want to research about is actually valuable, and it's worth supporting.
Correct.
Yes, and that means that just like outlined there, you're going to give us your clear intention of the research. For example, your research questions, your solid rationale, why you're going to do it, and basically demonstrate the significance of this research that you want to do to the community, okay, or the world at large. Then my submissions on paragraph 3, I'm just reflecting what you've just taught us, and that was targeting. If I could get back to paragraph 3, where we are talking about how the research, the proposal writing has become more sophisticated, reflecting increased competitiveness and large resources. So meaning that here, when we employ the idea of targeting that you've just taught us, where we looked at target the most pressing needs and also target the most vulnerable population. So despite the fact that proposal writing is becoming more sophisticated, however, adhering to targeting, where we look at the most pressing issues and the most target among the most vulnerable population, makes us outstanding and overcome the challenges of competitiveness. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Emma. I feel that we are moving on very well. And I want to say thank you so much for those who have shared an opinion. Continue reflecting on this preamble document. This should be read reflectively so that it gives you greater meaning than just the words that are put in this preamble document. Okay, so let's continue, colleagues. I want us to remember that funds that are out there is for development. Just write this somewhere. Funds that are out there in the donor world is for development. And the development is about improving a situation, improving the welfare of a people, improving the status of any given scenario. That's what we call development. So those of us who are involved in this work should consider ourselves as a development practitioner. Funds that are out there are for development. Anything else is not there. Anything else is invalid. The funding that exists out there, which we all seek, is for development. Therefore, we who are involved in seeking grants should consider ourselves always and everywhere as development practitioners. When we do research, it is about improving knowledge that ultimately leads to improvement in the status of a given situation or the status of a given community. When we develop direct community interventions like food security initiatives, poverty alleviation initiatives, we think about improving the welfare of our people. So when we look at ourselves, colleagues.
Doctor, can I interject?
Yes, Jasper.
Doctor, yeah, you made it absolute that the fund which is outside here or there is purely for development. I'm looking at a lot of.
I'm losing you, Jasper.
Yes.
I'm losing you.
Hello?
Yes, Jasper.
Yeah, you made it very absolute that the money which is there is for development. I'm looking at it from a humanitarian angle.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at what's happening in Uganda, when you
Yes.
look at what is happening in Ethiopia and Somalia and Syria and many parts of the world, you find that there is still money for humanitarian aid. Much as the UN agency has, for the case of Uganda, they have much or greatly reduced the humanitarian intervention. Take for instance the money for food, hot food that used to be, and you still find that like recently in Uganda's case, World Food still calls for a proposal for humanitarian intervention in selected settlements and host community in the country. So I just want to bring that there is still money for humanitarian intervention, but of course this intervention looks at recovery, not purely humanitarian intervention, just like what's happening in Gaza and also maybe Middle East, where there is a massive manslaughter. Thank you.
Yes, you are right, and I'm right. Yeah. When donors initiate calls for proposals for humanitarian development, humanitarian interventions, there is purely a developmental aspect in there. So we are speaking the same language, even if it is about relief. It is about improving the welfare of a people from point A to point B. So it's still the same thing. But what I was about to allude to is that when we are involved in this work, we should look at ourselves and regard ourselves always and everywhere as development practitioners. And there is a certain setup, there is a certain mindset that these people will always have. And that's what I want to share with you, that as a development person, as a development practitioner, there are certain things that happen in our thinking. The first one is that we are constantly involved in identification of community challenges. A development person would always be asking this question: what is the problem? Everywhere you go, everywhere I go, we always ask this question: what is the problem? If it is in the university, we always say, what is the problem? Is the problem about enrollment and completion of students? If we are in the university, we always ask, is it about disease infection levels among student population? Is it about poverty among the student population? Does this affect completion of courses? If it is in communities where we live, we talk about what is the problem? Is it food insecurity? What is the problem? Is it poverty at the household level? So a development mind always starts there. Identification of community challenges. Think about this concept and look at yourself. The second aspect of our lifestyle, it's about crafting solutions to the challenges we identify. That is now the question, what should we do to do this, to address this? The first question that is always in my mind, wherever I go, is what is the problem? The second question, what should we do to address this? The third question, what does it cost? What does it cost? So, as opposed to other people, a development practitioner always looks at what the problem is. What is the problem? The second one is the solution. What should we do to address this? The third one, what does it cost? What does it cost to improve food security in this particular community? What does it cost to alleviate maternal mortality as a perennial problem within our district? Then the other question is, where is the resources that we need? Where is the money? Where is the money? Think about all this as you look at your life. Then we always implement the solutions and report. That is putting plans into actions. Every practitioner will always think like this. The first one is identifying the problem. The second one is crafting the solutions. The third one, budgeting or costing those solutions. The fourth part of it, identifying the source of resources. And the last part is formulating the implementation and reporting. This is how I have found myself living and thinking for about 26 years now. I've been thinking about that. I've been like that. That has been my life. I don't know what your life has been, but that has been my life. Always.
Can you take it again? The 5 points.
Godwin.
Yes, Doc.
What have you just said?
Take the 5 points again.
I'm saying that we who are involved with looking for money for our projects must consider ourselves always and everywhere as development practitioners. That is number one. We are development practitioners. What do we do on day-to-day basis? How does our mind look like on day-to-day basis? And this is how my mind has been for 26 years today. I've always asked myself, what is the problem here? We always identify community challenges. What challenges the community? Which type of community is this? The student population in our universities, the people who dwell in our slums, the women involved in sex work, the youth living in the streets. We are always constantly identifying challenges. And our mind has been honed, our mind has been shaped to not just look at challenges, but also to think about solutions. That is the development mind life. Think about solution. What should we do to address the perennial problem of street families? The third aspect of my cyclic mind life is, where is the money? What does it cost to address this problem? That is the third aspect. What does it cost? So we should be very fluent in costing solutions, that is budgeting. And the fourth aspect is about finding the money. Where is the money? We have seen this problem. We have developed these solutions. We have seen this is the budget that we need, but where is the money? After that, our mind is always on execution of those plans, executing the solutions and reporting. Now, executing the solutions is another way of saying implementing the intervention. So a development person will be very fluent, one, in identifying community challenges, two, in crafting solutions, three, in costing those solutions, four, in seeking money, seeking the donor. Where is the donor? Where can I get this money? I need 50,000 US dollars to address the issue of disease prevalence in this particular district. Who can support me? And once we get into that, we then implement the solutions, that is program implementation. We report, and at some point, we are also involved in assessing the impact, that is monitoring and evaluation. Bakari, did you get my journey?
Yes, Doc, very, very, very clear. Thank you so much.
Welcome, Godwin. Godwin, you are not there in the first place. Say hello to everyone.
Doc, I was there from the beginning.
You were there from the beginning. Okay, sorry. Godwin, which
from Ghana.
Which organization do you represent?
With the Water Resources Commission.
Water Resources Commission. Which country?
In Ghana.
Water Resources Commission. Great. So Godwin, that is my life for 26 years. That is the life of a person who is involved in development work. And that is how we should consider ourselves all the time as development practitioners.
Yes, Doc, I think you also made a point in the preamble that the project, I guess, faces a considerable challenge when it has to be presented in a framework.
Yes.
Yes, so I didn't really get that.
Yes, the framework, when now we are thinking, Godwin, when we are thinking about access to clean water for a given population, that is a project idea. We want to improve access to clean drinking water for a specific population in a specific geographical region. Now, that is the idea. But when we now want to put it in a certain format so that somebody else can read it and understand what we want to do and give us money, now that is the framework.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Now, for us, we have to understand that proposal development is a stepwise process. And the first step to developing that marketing document, that persuasive document that we have said we are going to develop, the first step, proposal planning step 1, is the step that puts us to the task of knowing and analyzing the problem well. Know and analyze the problem well. That will always be our first step to developing a marketing document, which is the proposal. Know and analyze the problem well. This step, ladies and gentlemen, will enable us to formulate that section of the proposal called problem statement. We must know what the problem is. And to know what the problem is, we have to analyze it. Problem analysis, step one. That is the step one of all proposal writing initiatives. Know and analyze the problem well, because all projects that we are going to implement will address specific community challenges, what in bracket I call problems. Since all projects we implement seek to address specific community challenges, it is therefore critical that we know and analyze that particular problem well. And we use a basic tool called problem tree analysis tool. Problem tree analysis tool. Now, problem tree analysis tool enables us to understand what we call cause-effect relationship to a problem. Cause-effect relationship. Just thinking about the tree as you know, the ordinary tree that you all know. So therefore, the trunk of the tree in this tool represents the main problem or the main concern at the back of your mind. Access to clean water. Difficulties in access to clean drinking water. That is the main problem for a given population. Now, what are the causes? Why is this happening? What is the drivers? What are the drivers to difficulties in access to clean water? What are the drivers? Those now become the causes of the main problem, represented by the primary roots of that particular problem. Causes. The problem tree, as I have said, gives us a graphic illustration, a graphic presentation of the main problem, the causes of that problem, and the consequences, what we call the effects of that problem. Now, when we have to develop a proposal, we have to know the problems that we want to deal with. And those problems must be well articulated in that section of the proposal called problem statement section of the proposal. And many people, my brothers and sisters, have lost the chances of getting the funding just by failing to articulate the problem properly. The way you articulate the problem statement should be able to persuade the funder that this problem is real, it needs to be addressed. Remember what one of us said earlier, that a proposal should be developed in a persuasive manner. Where do we start? We start at the problem statement section. Show the funder that this problem is real without exaggeration. Show the funder that this problem is real. Godwin, are you working with me?
Yes, Doc, I'm following.
Yes, when you start by articulating the problem statement, demonstrate that this problem is real, demonstrate that people are being affected, and demonstrate that it should be addressed now, not tomorrow. And that leads you to the justification, what one of our colleagues here has talked about as intervention rationale. Why must we intervene? Now, The issues for intervention now, the reasoning for intervention will be represented by the branches of this tree. Those branches are the effects or the consequences of this problem. For example, if our problem is household food security, that is the main problem, household food security. One of the consequences of rampant household food security will be malnutrition, especially among children under the age of 5, malnutrition and stunting, growth stunting. Those in the public health know this very well. One of the consequences of malnutrition, of food insecurity at the household level is malnutrition for children under the age of 5. And it goes on, malnutrition will lead to incidents of primary infections because of low immunity. And that will lead to hospitalizations and even mortalities. The graph goes on and on. So if you do your analysis well, you will be able to articulate your problem succinctly, and you will be able to write your project justification or project rationale very well, without exaggeration. Remember, I'm using this word, without exaggeration. Speak about the consequences. What has happened as a result of food insecurity in many households within Masaka district? What is the effect? What are you seeing as an organization? There is a lot of malnutrition, cases of malnutrition. There's a lot of school dropouts, especially for children below the age of 5. School dropouts as a result of malnutrition. Speak about why that problem needs to be addressed. And persuade the donor through your writing, through your descriptions, through your case studies that you bring out in the problem statement and also at the justification level. Persuade the donor that this is a problem that needs to be addressed today and not tomorrow. Any question on that? Any question, colleagues? Let's go to our assignment sheet. Colleagues, let's go to our assignment sheets, page 2. Assignment number 2. Antonio Banda, are you in there?
Yes, Dr. Amaran.
Joan
So
Mbugwa,
that
are
to
you
have
following?
difficulties.
Antonio, you are speaking, sorry.
I was saying I have difficulties accessing the assignment.
You have just accessed the assignment now.
Yes, but it's slow running on my phone.
Oh, okay. Okay. Joan Mbugwa. Emmanuel. Emmanuel Okalan, are you following? Fred Lally, are you there?
Yes, Prof, I'm here.
Are you with me on assignment number 2?
Yes, I'm on assignment number 2. I'm going through it, conceptualizing.
All right. Jackson Mulokozi, are you in? Susan Nansereko. Susan Nansereko.
Yes, please, Doctor.
Are you with me on the assignment 2?
Sure, I am.
Okay. Anton?
Yes, Doctor, I'm present.
Thank you, Jackson. Antonio Banda?
Hi, Doctor, I'm present. This is Joanne. Sorry, I was just trying to reopen my document.
All right, Joanne. So I have given you examples of problem situations, which you may, in your own way and at your own time, try to use to develop a graphical problem tree to help you analyze the cause-effect relationship to the various situations that you are going to encounter. The first assignment would be the increase in cases of teenage school dropouts in northern Barghazal province in South Sudan. That is a classic example of a problem scenario. Number 2, high incidence of multi-drug resistance among first-line treatment patients in Madare informal settlements. The third situation, increase in fuel tanker disasters in Kano and Lagos states without prejudice in Nigeria. Increased cases of abortion-related morbidity and mortality in Transkonza district, Baratia. Now, these are some of the examples of problem situations that you may easily begin to use to practice your problem analysis skills. If we had a lot of time at our disposal, we would have used some of those examples to develop real scenarios. So I just want to challenge you to pick up those situations and develop problem trees with them so that you continue perfecting your skills. Can we pick a few and work on one problem scenario, come up with 2 causes to the problem and 2 consequences to the problem? Is it something that we can try on our toes? Joan?
Yes, it is. For me, sorry being biased, but I would choose the Madare question.
Joan, I can't get you well. I can't get you clearly.
Sorry, I'm saying yes, I get you. I would propose question 2 for Madare on the teenage girls.
High incidence of teenage. Increase in cases of teenage school dropouts. The second one is high incidence of multi-drug resistance among first-line treatment patients.
Yes,
something is missing. Joanne, something is missing. First-line TB treatment. First-line, just that. First-line TB treatment patients in Madare informal settlements in Kenya. Just add that, Joanne, and everybody else. First-line TB treatment.
All right. We've added.
Okay. First-line TB treatment patients in Madare. So can we all work on that and just come up with examples of how we could do this problem analysis exercise? Can we all work with the scenario number 2, high incidence of multi-drug resistance among first-line TB treatment patients in Madare informal settlements in Kenya? Kindly, let's take about 5 minutes to come up with 2 causes to this particular problem situation, and 2 consequences, or 3 causes, representing our tree roots, and 3 consequences representing the branches. Let's take about 5 minutes to work through this, and then we just share randomly at plenary. So take 5 minutes to work on this. Take exactly 5 minutes. Joan and everybody else.
Hello, Doctor. I have a question.
Yes, Banda.
That assignment is very specific for Kenya, or can it be generalized?
It can be generalized.
Since I'm not a resident of Kenya.
No, it can be generalized.
I mean, could we pick on a topic that could be much more global?
Yes, that is true.
Multi-drug resistance is a global problem.
It is, yes. Yusuf, welcome.
I think we could just allow him not to write about Madare informal sector, but he can use the informal sector from his country as a guideline.
Yes, that is true. It's accepted. Five minutes, please. Okay, let's come back to plenary. We begin sharing our problem tree. Welcome, who is ready? Welcome.
Doctor, I can try. Let me set the pace.
Try, Jasper. Try, share with us just one route, one course.
Sure. Good morning,
What
colleagues. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm looking at the high incidence of multi-drug resistance, and that is actually the main. It is the trunk, and I also looked at that it's caused by a number of factors. First of all, and now I just want to point out patient-related factor. And however, I was able to identify the patient-related factor could be one of the cause of that is poor adherence to medication due to lack of awareness or
adherence to medication.
Adherence to medication. That's from a patient's related factor. But also there are health system related factor and also social and environmental factor.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, you have given us poor adherence to medication as a patient-related cause.
Yes.
Okay, let's give somebody else the chance. Thank you so much, Jasper. Let's give somebody else the chance to share with us another cause.
Hello, doctor.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, doctor. Can you hear me?
Mark.
Yes.
Welcome. Share with us the second cause. We are dealing with the roots of this problem.
Yes. There are a number of causes that are related to multi-drug resistance among first-line TB treatment patients.
Yes.
One of them, in my view, is heavy drinking of alcohol.
Heavy drinking.
Smoking, yeah, and even smoking as well.
Heavy
when
drinking
you are addicted.
and smoking.
Yeah. These are the major causes in my view. Thank you.
How will this lead to treatment resistance?
Well, when you are drinking alcohol or when you are already addicted to alcohol, so the drug will not be effective in your body when you are taking and drinking at the same time. Even smoking as well can interfere with the effectiveness of the drugs, even drugs that is administered to you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Can we get another presentation, another presenter?
Am I here?
Can I come in? Can I come in? This is Harun.
Harun Lule?
Yes, Harun Lule. Yes, I would think that another root cause would be the inadequate counseling or health education by the health workers due to their incapacitation to manage or to administer the drugs. So they are not giving adequate health education to these patients to take drugs rightly, and so it causes that multi-drug resistance as the root cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Lule.
Right. Yeah. I'm trying to erase that poor medication, poor quality of medication can also lead to that first line.
You are talking about poor medication.
Another one could be fake medicine.
Sorry?
Another one could be fake medicine, like the medicine is not effective.
Fake medicines. Okay, let's jump now from the roots. Can we get some presentation on consequences or effects of this problem?
This is Emma.
Emma, speak to us.
Yes, I would like to talk about the mortality that can be associated with these TB patients, especially in areas where TB is of high burden. Then the other one could be the burden of treating these people and the cost to the government actually becomes a very big effect, because government will spend a lot of money in procuring these drugs, which are very expensive, especially for people who are on multi-drug resistance.
Correct. Another presentation. Thank you so much, Jasper.
Hello. Yes. So, yes, Godwin. I don't know.
Godwin, speak to us.
Yes. So, two of the consequences I identified was increased public health risks concerning the MDR. Public health risks, and then there will be economic burden on families and even the country as a whole. And then the last one I identified was there will be increased treatment failure rates and mortality as a result of the high incidence of multi-drug resistance.
Correct. Thank you so much, Godwin. Can we get the last presenter?
Yes, Doctor.
Yes, Banda.
I want to take you back to the root cause. MDR TB
yes.
Is very sensitive to the cause itself. If for example you are on isoniazid, and then you don't follow the course to finish the isoniazid, the resistance you get from isoniazid is passed to all the other drugs. So you immediately become resistant to all the TB drugs. The other cause is TB goes with HIV. If you're HIV positive, there's a way in which you should start with TB treatment, followed by HIV, or start with HIV, then finish with TB. That the order in which you look at TB and HIV is prescribed by a physician. At home, if you do it by yourself, you may find that you are actually making it difficult, because both TB and HIV they harbor each other's pathogen. Okay, briefly, that's the other one. The last one is the reinfection. If you are on TB treatment and you happen to get cured, but because of your lifestyle, for example, if you resume smoking, you are likely to get TB, a fresh attack on TB. But since you've been on the same drugs, you don't give the drugs enough time so you develop a tolerance to the drugs. So if we start you on TB drugs, soon after that, the drugs may not work, because the reinfection itself predisposes you to the tolerance of the drugs. Okay, I'm not very elaborate, but that's what I wanted to say. Thanks very much.
Makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much.
Hi. Good morning.
Let's go to. We are going to the consequences of this problem.
Hello.
Yes, Yusuf.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Prof. I just want to share my own idea on the causes and probably the consequences.
Correct.
For
Welcome.
possible corrections.
Correct.
Thank you very much for the wonderful insight and presentation, sir. We appreciate a lot. What I've just noted is one, the causes of the MDR among the TB patients. One, probably the patient has been missing the drugs. It's supposed to be directly observed short course treatment, but missing of the drugs can be the cause. And also there can be direct transmission to relatives.
Yes.
These are maybe the causes. And the third one is, which can be the causes of this drug resistance, is probably belief in local treatment, because some patients believe in local treatment and therefore jettison the former treatment that they are receiving.
Correct.
These are my idea on the possible causes of the MDR. Why the consequences is, one, there can be persistent morbidity and increased mortality because of the failure. And the second consequences I noted down is it can lead to spreading of resistant strain, because when not treated, whoever is acquiring the infection will be acquiring the resistant organisms from the infected patient. Correct. And in conclusion, this can lead to failure in treatment.
Correct.
So thank you very much for your attention, sir.
Thank you so much, Yusuf. Thank you so much. Can we get a final presenter, please? Final presenter on consequences of this problem.
Just thank you, Doctor. So mine may not be so final. I'm just trying to mine may not be so final. I'm trying to supplement Yusuf's addition. In the process, socially, you can also be exempted or isolated community. So it has a social effect on the person as well as the family. So I'm just thinking that along that line. Thank you. I submit.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
But I think we are also looking at the short term. We have not categorized them into whether short term, medium term, or long term effect, or the impact.
Yes. We just wanted to generalize them as consequences. Okay, we go back to our discussions about the steps to proposal development, what we call stepwise approach. We have been discussing about problem identification, which happens in our minds all the time in every situation as development practitioners. The second task, which is the second step in developing our proposals. Once we have the problem and we can analyze it, we are able to articulate the cause-effect relationship to the problem, and therefore we are able to define our problem statement. And we are also able to define our project intervention rationale. Remember, our identification of the consequences of the problem will enable us to describe or to define or to articulate the project intervention rationale. Remember that part of the proposal, project intervention rationale, or research rationale, or research justification, is that section where we again convince the donor that this problem needs to be addressed quickly. I always tell colleagues that justification gives us the opportunity to do two things. In that particular section called project justification, we are able to do two things. And ideally, that section in our real projects should be a maximum of 1 page. project justification should be a maximum of 1 page, if not half a page. A maximum of 1 page, if not half a page. Now, justification or project intervention rationale or research justification or research rationale is an opportunity for us to do two things. The first part is about why the problem needs to be addressed today and not tomorrow. I hope we all understand. The second part of justification is about ourselves as an organization. How well placed are we as an institution to address this problem? How well placed are we? Now, here we are talking about organizational capacity to execute the project that we are proposing. What are our experiences? What are our competencies that will help us to effectively deliver on the promises that we are making with this intervention? How effective will we be to execute this project? That is an element that we bring under justification. So justification should be in two parts. The first part is about why that problem must be addressed. And we get a lot of information. We got a lot of information from the consequences of the problem. We have this problem, increase or high incidences of MDR-TB resistance among first-line treatment cohorts. What are the consequences? If this problem will persist for 1 or 2 years without being addressed, what are we likely to see? So we shall talk about that at justification. That is part one. Part two is about our competencies as organizations, our competencies as PI, principal investigator. What are our competencies? If it is a research, we are talking about our competencies as PI, our competencies as a coalition, our competencies as a consortium, or our competencies as an institution. What are we bringing on board, which will convince the donor that we are not going to fumble in project implementation, that we are not going to fumble in managing the money, we are not going to fumble in executing the activities that we have proposed. That is something that we are going to articulate very clearly in a persuasive way in this section called project justification. So therefore, the second part, the second step or step two is finding the donor source. That is our task as development practitioners, finding the donor source. That is step two, proposal development step two. Once we have identified and analyzed the problem well, we need to determine where the resources for your project will come from. By the time you know your problem, you have identified it, you have articulated it, you should begin now to imagine who is likely to fund this type of intervention. And we need to seek to understand what we call positive linking, the perfect match between your project and the grants you seek by looking for consistency between the purpose and goals of your project and the mandate of the funder that you want to target. Consistency between the purpose and goals of your intervention and the mandate of the funder. Seek to know the source and the donor well, including what and how the donor funds and what it funds more predominantly. If you want to seek this type of a grant from the European Union, for example, or from Norwegian Church Aid, or from JICA, Japanese International Agency for Development Corporation, find out what that particular donor funds, how it funds, what are the margins, maximum grants that this particular donor provides. What type of interventions does it fund more predominantly, so that you know the funder well before you approach it. Where possible, I would always advise that we make direct contact with potential funders who support projects like ours, so that we can even request for more information like guidelines, as well as information like lists of projects that this funder has previously funded, probably documents like their annual reports, if they're available. We can find out what is the maximum amount of a grant this particular donor gives, or the average size of grants that it normally gives. In a nutshell, we should try to get as much relevant details as possible from this particular donor, so that our interventions as we propose it will be well focused to what will interest that particular donor. In conclusion to this step 2, we simply say that we must do our research well on the donor that we want to persuade to fund our intervention. The third step is the step of writing and the step of submission. Writing and submission as a step 3. When we are writing our proposals, ladies and gentlemen, when you are now on your own pen and paper, look at your project from a two-way point of view. There is a view that I call the broad view, and there is a view I call the narrow view. The broad view is where you look at your project broadly without being very specific. The narrow view is where you become your own critic, where you are writing and as well as asking questions, you are asking yourself questions. Supposing somebody else was looking at my write-up, what would they come up with? What would they dispute, for example? I have made technical arguments in this project, but what about somebody else who is not me? If it is research, I must ask myself, what will other researchers outside this prism look as a contribution of my project? How will they look at my contribution in this particular project? What am I contributing to the wider knowledge? And this will help me to write the justification for my research. What are the potentials? What are the potentials of my research for the wider good? I must treat my application like an argument, and I must present it with confidence. I must demonstrate passion about my research, which I am proposing for funding. I must demonstrate passion for my project intervention, which I am proposing for funding. Does passion come from my write-up? When somebody is reading my write-up, is somebody able to see passion? Is somebody able to see conviction? Do I sound like I am convinced that this project, this problem is real? Do I sound like I am convinced that this project needs to be addressed today? Do I convince myself before I convince somebody else? Or am I just writing? As we write our projects, we must be clear, we must be coherent, and we must be compelling. Even, for example, those who are writing research proposals, be very compelling. Will my research contribute to greater knowledge? I must ask myself that question. Or am I just writing a research because there is a funding? So even in developing research questions should be very compelling, not abstract. This must be very compelling. Where I'm using citations or references, I must make sure that my citations are complete. If I'm citing a publication, the title of that publication, the authors of that publication, whether it is a book or a journal, the volume number, the pages, the year of publication. For example, if I'm writing a problem statement, where am I getting my backup documentations from? If I'm quoting a report by the Ministry of Health, for example, around MDR-TB, multi-drug resistant strain of TB, if I'm quoting a Ministry of Health report, which report is this? What publication was it? When was it? Which page am I quoting? So we have to be very compelling, just like one of us said earlier. We have to be persuasive. Remember, we are writing a marketing document. So in the words of one of us earlier today, it is a persuasion. Let us write persuasively. And how do you write persuasively? One of them is that you must show conviction. You must show that the problem you want to address is real, not imagined. You must show that your research is going to contribute to wider knowledge and will be used by policymakers to develop new interventions. If it is my intervention around food security, I must demonstrate in my write-up that this project can be scaled up, this project can be replicated, this project can be a lessons learned. What do I want to use this project for? Beyond addressing food security concerns, how else will my project contribute to the greater development of the sector? I must show all that in writing. How will this project contribute to greater knowledge in science, in innovation? I must ask myself, what do I bring out to make my proposal a must fund? How will my proposal be chosen over others for funding? What do I put into it? These are critical issues, colleagues, when you are now left with your pen and paper. When now you are writing so that your marketing document can be bought by a potential donor. These are some of the issues that you must bring out. For research, consider the following. very strictly. One, knowledge translation. Knowledge translation, consider knowledge dissemination. A lot of research projects that we develop today and even yesterday did not factor in these critical ingredients. In knowledge translation, define a dynamic process that involves knowledge synthesis, knowledge dissemination, knowledge exchange and ethical use of knowledge to improve processes and the welfare of our people. Not many research projects have factored in these particular ingredients: knowledge synthesis, knowledge dissemination, exchange, and ethical use of information for purposes of improving processes, for purposes of improving the welfare of our people. In knowledge dissemination, your proposal, especially for research, your proposal should define the process by which you will transfer knowledge within the group and across the settings, with the expectation that the knowledge will be used, one, for learning, two, for attitude stroke behavior change. Transfer knowledge to end users. Who will be the end users of knowledge that we develop from our interventions? Then, if we have guidelines, let us observe application guidelines strictly. Let us use basic English when we are writing our proposals. Let us avoid jargon. Where we use acronyms.
Doc, I request those 2 steps. You just get a little bit back. I have missed out on the dissemination.
Yeah, we are saying that especially for research. Thank you, Alice. Especially for research. And this is where we lose out quite frequently when we are developing research proposals. We write research proposals for funding as if we are not concerned about the research we want to undertake. Research, remember this terminology, research for development. Write it somewhere, research for development. Write this, research for knowledge generation, research for knowledge translation, research for knowledge dissemination. Write those phrases, research for development. That's a phrase, and think about it. Research for knowledge translation. Research for knowledge dissemination. So when we are developing research proposals for purposes of getting grants,
Doctor, can I interject?
Yes,
Doctor, yes, for clarity, what does it mean with knowledge translation in this context?
Knowledge translation. How are we going to ensure that knowledge is synthesized? Knowledge translation is about knowledge synthesis, making it something that people can easily understand, so that when you disseminate this knowledge, it is in such a format that people are able to absorb, people are able to disseminate, people are able to domesticate that particular knowledge and ultimately use for their operations. Jasper, am I clear on that?
Yes, sir.
When we're talking about knowledge translation, we are thinking about even mode of exchange and how we shall use this knowledge in an ethical manner to improve processes in our communities and the welfare of our people. And when we begin the process of knowledge dissemination, which is the most critical aspect of post-intervention, because every intervention should be able to generate certain elements of lessons. What do we want to do with that? We want to disseminate. That makes our projects more fundable, because the donor is able to see that beyond just answering to the question of problem solving, beyond just solving the problem, there is something else. We want to generate knowledge in the process of intervention, in the process of executing our project, let's say for food security, or in the process of addressing the problem of MDR-TB. There are certain body of knowledge that we are going to develop. How do we want to share that knowledge? Let's say with the Ministry of Health, how do we want to share that knowledge? With the community members, how do we plan to share that knowledge? Let us define the process by which we shall transfer this knowledge within that particular community and across settings, like maybe with the donor community, so that when they are funding similar interventions elsewhere, there are certain things they should expect. So we are already being a greater good to the donor, a greater good to the Ministry of Health, a greater good to the community members. What are we learning? We should be able to generate learning. And once we generate learning, that is now in form of knowledge gained, we should be able to disseminate this knowledge gained so that we shape behavior change, we shape attitude change. Jasper, am I clear?
Yeah, Dr. Charles, that's true, very clear.
So what are some of the medium by which we are going to disseminate knowledge? What comes to your mind? What comes to my mind? We could develop post-execution workshops, post-project execution workshops, where we are just disseminating knowledge. What a beauty, Jasper. What a beauty if we can organize workshops with the community members, if we can organize workshops with key people in the Ministry of Health on MDR-TB, post-project execution workshops. If we could create a website where we are just posting knowledge, information that we have gathered in the 2-year intervention period, so that we are able to transfer knowledge to end users. What a beauty. But how many of us think about this? Alice, did I try to answer your concern?
Very well.
Very well, for sure. I'm happy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jasper. Thank you. Okay, so step four. When we are submitting and we get ourselves in back and forth with the donor, in this particular phase, there is generally a call for flexibility and assertiveness in the back and forth with the sponsor. Proposal submission and award negotiations. This is a very beautiful phase of grant seeking. In this particular phase, there is generally a call for flexibility and assertiveness in the back and forth with the donor. Remember, colleagues, to defend your position with humble assertiveness, humility, where the donor is asking you some questions. Your project has not been funded or your project has been approved. Remember, there is a golden rule that is not written, that the donor is always right. So when we are in this process of back and forth, we are talking with the donor, you find yourself in this situation where you are even talking with the donor before your project is approved or when your project is approved but you have not received the money. It is called award negotiation process. Remember this golden rule that the donor is always right. The donor is always right is a phrase or it is a rule which is not written anywhere, but it applies so much in practical sense. Remember, when you were developing this proposal and you submitted it, you had the opportunity to articulate your position. And now when the donor is coming back to you with maybe a clarification, the donor needs a clarification. The donor needs you to adjust something before they can make decisions. Remember to apply the two attributes, flexibility and assertiveness. Just write them somewhere else. Flexibility, write it in one page of your write-up, your paper. Flexibility on one side of the page, assertiveness on the other side of the page. But throughout, you have to demonstrate your knowledge of the problem during negotiations. And remember, what we are saying is that negotiations can come at any time, at any time. It can even come when the moment you just submit your application. It can come when you have been given the approval. It can come when you are implementing the project. It can come anywhere, at any time, within your professional relationship. Remember the preamble document we talked about. We said it is the document that initiates a professional relationship with the donor. This is a professional relationship, and it has to be guided by certain professional ethics. And we are saying that there is a rule that is never written down, that the donor is always right. You have very good ideas about addressing MDR-TB in your community, but you don't have the money. The donor has the money. You need this money to address this problem. So when there is a back and forth between you and the donor, either before, during approval, or after approval when you are implementing, remember to be both flexible and assertive, and always remember this phrase, the donor is always right. I want us to go to our assignment sheet. Again, I want us to go to our assignment sheet. Jasper, are you there?
I am here.
Jasper, are you with me in assignment 3?
Sure. I'm here.
Alice?
I'm there, Doc.
Okay, I want to assume, without being unfair, that we all have assignment number 3 with us.
Yes.
We want to take 40 minutes. These 40 minutes will be used to do 2 things. We want to work on any one of these assignments. All of us, we want to work on any one of the assignments. We have assignment 3.1, assignment 3.2. Choose one and work on it. Then the second thing that we want to do with these 40 minutes is to either have a snack or have lunch, whichever is applicable, or have something to eat, or just stretch our legs. And we want to come back 40 minutes from now, ready to proceed. The first assignment when we come back after 40 minutes will be to share how we have tried to respond to these situations that we have been given. We have 3.1. We are talking about a project that has been submitted for funding, and the donor has questioned something, how do we respond to this? We have assignment 3.2, where the donor is about to give us money, but they have a question on one of our staff members. How do we respond to this? Share with us how you would respond. So 2 things within 40 minutes. We want to rest our legs. We want to stretch a bit. We want to have a snack. We want to do these exercises. Jasper, are you ready to go?
Yes, Doctor. I was reading the scenario 1. And okay, I'm not very much on the budget part of it or logistical part of it. I'm more of the technical. But I find it fun. It's good. It's something that I am going to do the attempt and share later.
Come again, Jasper?
Yeah, I was reading the assignment 1 scenario, and I've noted that I am not into the logistic, but it's something that I'm going to attempt and share later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we all ready to go?
Yes, Doctor.
How many minutes are we going to stay out? 40 minutes?
40 minutes. And we have 2 things to do, or 3.
Okay.
We have the assignment to work on. And for those that can have lunch, we should have lunch. Those who can have some tea and snacks can do so. We come back after 40 minutes, and we are going to take a maximum of 1 hour before we end the session.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to go?
Yes.
All right. It is just work, no rest. 40 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I hope we're all back from the break and that you've had time to stretch or get something. I won't take up much of the time because we only have about an hour left. I'll take it over to Dr. Tels to continue the training. Thank you.
Unmute. Let me see hands up for those who have come back. Let me see hands up. Let me see hands for those who have rejoined. Let me hear from those who have rejoined us. Welcome back.
Thank you, Prof.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Doctor.
Susan, welcome. You are there.
Yes, please. Thank you, Doctor.
Welcome. Let me see hands for those who have rejoined. Let me see hands.
Wanji? Wanji? Hey.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everyone. Susan, I can see you there.
Hello.
Yusuf,
Yeah,
welcome. Yusuf, you want to share your attempt at these
Waiting for
scenarios?
the session to continue, sir.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome back. Yusuf, you are saying something?
I just want to notify you that we are back, sir.
Yes, and I had invited you to share with us something on the assignments we had. Just your attempt at one of them.
Sorry, it's like there's a gap. What, is there any assignment given? Because there was a network problem. I had a network issue.
Oh, sorry. Yes, there was an assignment that I had given on negotiation. That is assignment number 3.1 and number 3.2.
Number 3.1, number 3.2.
Yes. Did you try any of them?
Can I retake the assignment because I had a network issue, so I was offline for almost 30 minutes or an hour.
Sorry. Okay, you will follow. You will follow. You have to take it, but you will follow
Okay.
as others present.
Okay. Let me.
Do you have any presenter that is ready?
Yeah. Hey, online.
Any presenter who is ready?
Can I try?
Yes, Josephine.
My reactions would be
On which scenario?
Sorry for the 3.1.
Yes. What did you attempt to do? Share with us.
What I said is first I would try and acknowledge that I've seen what they have said about.
Did you try to write?
Sorry?
Did you try to write a response
Yes.
which you can read to us?
Yes.
Read to us what you wrote.
Yeah. My response is that I'm very sorry about, and I acknowledge the seriousness of the feedback that you have given. And I will try and gather integrity issues in relation to what you have stated. And then, if possible, if allowed, I am ready to replace the finance officer. Briefly, that's what I came up with. Thank you.
This is assignment number 3.2.
This is .1. On the Norwegian state.
This is .2.
Oh, it's .2, sorry then.
That is assignment 3.2.
Oh, sorry.
So share it again, Josephine.
Did she hear that, Prof? I think we have network issues. I think she also has network issues. And Prof, my apologies, I'm using my phone, so I could not say so much on that. But I would like to say this: the two key things here are assertiveness and what, and flexibility.
Yes.
Yeah, if you can clearly justify as a PI that you have a very huge coverage area, it's covering southern, is it western part of South Sudan, eastern Equatoria. It's a huge place. Probably you can even refer them to the map in case you have attached a project map, which is a very huge thing. And then you stand your ground. Yes, you have to be assertive, stand your ground. Say this is the coverage. It's too huge, and you need this amount of what land cruisers. Probably if you had stratified the project area or the target areas or the targets, and you can easily distribute. Probably there are just 11 sub counties or states. Then each probably needs two land cruisers. That's it. You break it down, and yes, if then in the aspect of being flexible, if you think you probably there's a you can execute the budget because you can look at it one way or the other that there is need to be flexible and to reduce. It's okay, but it's not good to be apologetic if you really know there's a reason. You can be apologetic if there's an error. Apologetic means being flexible, and then you execute the budget, but you don't also indicate clearly that you emotionalize it by saying I will sack the. I would like to deviate a little bit with my colleague. You don't need to sack the person, as long as you have the reason why you need to know. I mean, you need.
Okay, thank you, Fred. Somebody else?
Yes, can I try?
Chrysanthus.
Yes.
Which one do you want to
first of
try?
all, 3.1.
3.1. Welcome, Chrysan.
Yeah. Now, I will first of all acknowledge the email.
Yes.
With regards to the cost of the vehicles, I think it is necessary to indicate that these vehicles are both using the exchange rate. So the exchange rate existing in my country would dictate what the price would be. Alternatively, I would propose that they can as well buy them from their end, ship them to us for use here. Now, again, I will put it that the land cruisers are hardy and bearing the conditions or the terrain of where their work will be. That type of vehicle is necessary. So we would still insist that we need the cruisers. The number, again, based on the expansive area, so the scope of work will necessitate the use of that approximately the 22 vehicles.
Okay.
I think that is how I would put my being assertive and at the same time being flexible. The flexibility, I'm allowing them to maybe make an alternative arrangement wherein they can ship in the vehicles so that they also reach us on time for our use.
Okay. Did you attempt, Chris, did you attempt the second scenario?
Not really.
Okay, can we get somebody to share with us something on the scenario number 2?
Okay, Prof, I'm sorry, I'm not mentioning about scenario number 2, but I dropped off. But I think I did expressed myself about that.
Please do.
I dropped off because of network. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
What I'm saying, I dropped off, but I hope you got my point about being assertive.
Yes, I did.
Yes, Dr. Charles, I try on my hand?
Jesper, you want to respond to 3.2?
Yes. You know, I
Please
wrote
share something.
Yeah, I will share this. Okay, I wrote an email. The email subject response regarding finance officer profile.
Okay.
And this was addressed to the NCA African Desk, Grand Desk, Stockholm.
Okay.
And then I said, thank you for
I'm losing you, Jasper.
Yeah, thank you for your candid feedback and for reviewing our staffing proposal. We appreciate your concern regarding the finance officer and take it very seriously. 1. Acknowledgement of the concern. We understand that the Stockholm Technical Review team has previously encountered integrity issue with this individual at our organization, at another organization. We respect NRS, we respect NCA's institutional experience and share your priority for absolute transparency and accountability. Then 2, I said actions to strengthen trust. To address these matters effectively and in line with NCA zero tolerance anti-corruption framework, we propose the following. 1, immediate replacement option. 2, conditional appointment. 3, enhancing oversight measures. But these measures had a lot of explanation from my hand. And then I said, alignment with NRC policy. The Norwegian Church Head has a robust accountability framework with zero tolerance for use of funds and regularly publishes anti-corruption. That's acknowledging what NRC does. With this in mind, our measures aim to faithfully uphold these standards in our partnership. Then I gave the next step of option, next step and your guidance. To expedite resolution, please advise whether you would, 1, prefer immediate replacement of the finance officer. 2, accept a dual structured approach with enhanced oversight, or wish to review resume of our 2 alternative candidates. We are fully prepared to adjust the staffing profile, provide additional documentation, and to resubmit certification or integrity declaration as needed. Our foreseen goal is to ensure you're confident in financial stewardship and the integrity of the project implementation. Thank you again for your transparent process. We value NCA oversight forward to align personal profile with your expectation so that we may move forward smoothly towards signing the grant agreement. We appreciate the country director.
Professor.
Yes, Fred.
Professor, Jasper just amused me, and if I was the NCA boss, I would straight away accept this. To me, I would like to say he has written a very strong email to justify. He has supported it very well, that the internal controls he has mentioned, the replacement aspect, and generally the way he has put it, I would concur with him that he has written it very well. And I think the donor can easily go ahead and make a decision in favor of Okello, the country director. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. Thank you so much, Jasper. But Jasper, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Doctor.
So what have you specifically decided to do?
I have not done anything, but I gave options for their guidance. I gave a number of options, but I acknowledge that what they pointed out is also serious on our hand. But I also provided option, immediate replacement options, which yes, sir.
It is our considered position that this matter need to be dealt with sufficiently before we could proceed with the signing of grants contract documents. So what have you proposed that you want to do?
Yeah, just like you had my email, I have not proposed anything, but I gave options to strengthen trust.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
No, they want you. They want you to tell them what you want to do.
Okay.
Yes, Prof.
In the next
Can
steps,
I
the
join
next step would
to
be,
help
guys.
Mr. Okelo?
Yeah. In my next step email, I think points out what we are going to do from our side. Preferred immediate replacement of our finance officer.
So Jasper.
Yes, sir.
You have prolonged this conversation by not telling them what you want to do with this matter. Remember, the donor is telling you that we are a bit hesitant with the position of the finance officer, whom we have worked with before in a different organization and with whom we had lots of integrity issues. Jasper, what is the donor telling you?
The donor is trying to tell me that he's not comfortable with that particular person.
Okay, and he's also telling you. Jasper?
Yes. Dr. Charles, my understanding is, one, the donor is willing to give us money.
Correct.
But he has an issue with a particular staff whom they have known of him or her.
Yes.
And then now to me, because like I want to show that I am flexible, but also I don't support a lack of integrity.
Yes.
And I was also showing that I am accountable and I want to dance with zero tolerance. So now,
yes,
my understanding of this, I thought to make us move forward, I provided a lot of options.
Yes.
First option is to build trust. If they can see that we are also at the zero tolerance to corruption and we have a framework. Two, we also want to show them that much as you're saying this person is bad, we so far work with the person well. We have not seen anything. So that's why I say, okay. And I was just suggesting now, maybe to address the matter effectively in line with your zero tolerance anti-corruption framework, we propose the following. Why I'm proposing is to ensure that, okay, we want to do like a win-win situation. You disagreed from your side, but also from our side, we also see this valuable stuff. So we're giving you proposal. So that by the end of the day, we like a win-win. Let's go on together. And this is what we want to achieve. That's why I say immediate replacement option. We have two equally qualified candidates with strong track records in financial management, compliance, and NGO audit environment, whom we can nominate.
I'm losing you, Jasper.
You missed me?
Yes.
Yeah, Doctor, we were, to me, it's like an institution, we are trying to show a win-win situation so that they're able to say, okay, if you have an alternative, please go on. Because I think the response to donor will not mark the end of all conclusive decision. And I also think that when a donor sends out such an email, would also want to hear your response and the feedback. So if you have a feedback, you give them opportunity to sit down and also re-evaluate whether to go forward or not. And that is the angle at which I'm going to, which my email was responding. But it was not a conclusive email, but meaning that this email was asking for another evaluation for them to get back to us, and we just ascertain or confirm that this is how we are going to move forward.
Okay, Jasper. Fred Lally, you wanted to interject.
Sorry, I didn't know Jasper was still submitting, but I was just in conformity with Jasper's. I would probably even tell the donor that in addition to the zero tolerance, probably there are some internal controls. You can adjust by saying, okay, before money gets out, these are the signatories. You can still increase, in case there were 3, you can increase to 5 or 6, and including Jasper himself as a country director. Yeah, you justify all that. And in case there are some collaborations, the coalitions that we mentioned before money gets out, even one of the collaborators is a signatory. So that kind of network of internal control can still make the donor accept the decision by the country director, that is Jasper Okello. So I was just impressed with the way he wrote it, and I think by his current position, he must be a country director, if not the assistant. He has written it very well. Thank you.
Well, I'm not the country director. I just wrote an email as the representative of an organization in a country. So I am not the country director. I am livelihood.
You are heading there. Yeah, I would like to also add that this kind of email pastes a lot of emotional intelligence from the manager or PI. The way it is written by my colleague, fellow participant Jasper, has really tested his balanced intelligence and emotional quotient. If yes, much as the donor really wants it as a last step decision, he has still balanced it by throwing the ball back to them with those options. All those options are still very good to control the loss of resources, or even to manage integrity issues of this particular officer. So for me, I would still go with, I don't deviate from Jasper's decision. Maybe some of my colleagues can still have a different angle of responding to NCA in a way. Thank you.
Prof, may I come in? May I come in, Prof?
It appears like network has rejected Dr. Charles.
Has he dropped off? Is he online?
I am not seeing him. Maybe he's off.
Yeah, he's off. Let's wait for a few minutes. Maybe he will come back. We are 46, now we are 45. But just for that was an impressive response. If I was a donor, I would just accept and give you the money.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred.
Yeah, I was impressed. I was impressed. I think you are in the practice.
Yeah, I do this so often. It's like I do it so often.
Are you the one working with water resources?
No, I work for water resources sometimes.
Okay.
But now we run parallel thing with the SOA. Yeah. It's like I'm a sector specialist for food security and livelihoods.
All right. I think Prof is back.
So our number has increased.
The number has increased. But let me confirm. Yeah, he's back. Prof, welcome back. Sorry about yeah.
You hear me, Fred?
Yes, continue now. We were waiting for you to come back.
I'm sorry. Okay, now, this is the type of scenario that you find yourself in
Prof,
this
I wanted to
program.
come back before you left.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is Kefa. I just wanted to interject before. Actually, the person who was interjecting was I. To just
Okay, Kefa.
before you left. So thank you, Kefa from Kenya. Mine is, it's just a concern because I'm still suspecting that we are working on professors' guidance on being assertive at the same time being flexible. I mean, I'm trying to put myself, I mean, sorry, maybe I'm coming from the background of the the humanitarian or the social sciences where the global south is always begging, which of course, that is how the global order has put it. But now my question is, I respect what the donor is presenting. They are going to give us money. Then they have said, we have a problem with your CFO. No problem. I like what Mr. Okello presented in his email, but my first point, instead of Okello's first point, my first point is we must showcase to the donors that we do have actually guidance and protocol on how to relieve our staff members. Because mine, if you just tell me, okay, I'm going to relieve my CFO, as a donor, I'm like, oh, you don't have even a protocol, you know, like it's an allegation. So for me personally, I'll say we from Kenyan side, we acknowledge the allegation raised and we have a protocol on how to relieve our staff members. Please, do you mind sharing with us the event? In that discourse, we on this side, because we have a committee, a board, we'll have to sit, reread and revisit where did we miss it from when we were getting our staff members on board, because we have a protocol, including even security intelligence, that in Kenya, the good conduct from DCI, the authorities, and counter checking, so that the donors don't see that actually it is them who have pointed out to us that our CFO has a problem. So that means we in the global south, and I'm being categorical in the global south because they assume that we don't know things. Personally, for me, I will not, we have to sit on the same table. Like I know. So if you tell me that my CFO has a problem, I don't mind you presenting the allegation. My board members, because I'm told if you speak with intelligence, I become the country director, allow me to put that crown. I, as the country director, will have to sit down with my board members from my region. We'll have to re-vet again, bring out the application of our CFO, recheck, then ask him to also defend himself. Then if we are pleased, with the allegation presented by our donors, then we relieve our CFO so that the CFO will say it's not a personal, it's something. So there's aspect of win-win as we are talking, because I read when you are asking our good friend, Mr. Okello, this one is incumbent for the next move of signing of the donor. So mine is, you present us the allegation, we from the African side will take up, recheck with our board members, and if indeed it is true or that one was missed out in our process because it was maybe done in a foreign land, we will take it. If not, then I will now revisit renegotiation, because one, maybe my CFO was so strong or he was so wise to refuse some aspect. We do know that these international bodies, others will also want to use a backdoor to advance their cause. So maybe my CFO was a very strong candidate, Prof, that people are afraid of my CFO this side. So there's the aspect of you are, what is the word? You are clean until proven otherwise. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Kefa. The issues are clear. Flexibility and assertiveness. Something is standing between you are being contracted and you are being not contracted in this particular scenario. And that is a human being. What I wanted to show through these case scenarios is that they are not easy scenarios to navigate. But as grant seekers, let us remember to be both flexible and assertive. And we have said that these negotiations will take place at any point in your engagement with a potential donor or with your donor. Allow me to proceed, please, because we have taken more than 40 minutes of what we should have used to do something else. Kefa, are you okay?
Yes, Prof, thank you.
When we have to write proposals for funding, there are certain terminologies that we must be very conversant with. I will be sharing these terminologies and concepts, and then you will be looking at your assignment sheets where we are talking about some of these terminologies. The first terminology that we shall always have to talk about in any grant proposal is what we call project goal. We shall talk about project goal in our documents. We shall talk about project objectives in our documents, and we shall talk about project activities and project inputs, project outputs, project execution methodology. We shall talk about activities. We shall talk about risks and assumptions. We shall talk about project sustainability. And we shall talk about project execution indicators. Now, let me just run you through some of them. Though, again, I want to state that at the end of the training, we shall share a lot of these guidance documents. Now, project goal. Every project development must address itself to the goal of that particular intervention. And the goal is defined as the desired end scenario, the mega result of an intervention, whether it is a 1-year project or a 2-year project, there is always a desired end scenario. And normally, we express goal statements as an end situation, a product, a finished product, the best possible scenario that a planned intervention eventually attains. For example, a goal may be crafted as improved health and well-being for infants and children under 5 in a certain area, or reduced crime rates in the central business district of Johannesburg. That is how we define goals, and every intervention will have one goal. Every project intervention will seek to address a goal, the attainment of one goal: reduced crime rates, improved mental health for teenage and adolescents, something like that. Then we have what we call project objectives. That is now what we normally use and misuse in very many interventions. A research project will have objectives. A direct intervention project like community food security intervention, community poverty alleviation intervention will have project objectives. An objective is defined as the purpose of an intervention, representing the desired outcome, that is, medium-term result that an intervention seeks to achieve. An objective is normally expressed in our project documents as a statement of intention of what a project sets out to achieve and which eventually leads to the attainment of the project goal. So because it is a statement of intention, project objectives normally start with the word to. And I give examples: to increase access and utilization of antenatal and postnatal care services by 30% among women in Kambea slums in Chad by end of 2025. That's just an example. It is a statement of intention, and therefore it is normally crafted starting with the word to. It's a to-do situation, to increase access and utilization. Then there is the concept of SMART, which many of us know. Objectives are supposed to be SMART, meaning they are supposed to be clear, well-written, and precise. We should make objectives specific, significant, realistic, achievable. They should be within a specific time frame for which they must be achieved. Now, when we are making the objectives SMART, we must ensure that our project objectives flow logically from the statement of need to help address the problem. Make your objectives fall within the range of results which are expected to be achieved within the limit of time, money, and the human resources available, so that our objectives are not considered unachievable. Make your objectives fall within the range of results which are expected to be achieved within the limit of time. Let's say it is 1 year, or it is 2 years, or 3 years, within the range of your budget. Remember, we always say when we are developing budgets, we say that budgets should be activity-based. So we cost our activities to make up for the entire project. Then we remember to factor in the human resource issue. What type of human resource do you have for this particular project? Will they logically be instrumental in achieving your results? State your objectives as far as possible in terms which allow measurements or at least observation of their achievement. Are you able to achieve those results? Are you able to measure your level of achievement? That's why we say objectives need to be SMART. For example, what I have just shared with you earlier, to increase access and utilization of antenatal and postnatal care services by 30% among women in Canberra. So a SMART objective should be specific. What are we talking about when we say specific? What actually do we want to do? It should be very specific. Which population are we targeting? It should be very specific population. Antenatal care services. We want to increase access and utilization of antenatal care services. What is our target in terms of percentages? We want to increase it by 30%. By what time do we want this? You have to indicate by the end of this time, we should have achieved this. What specific population do we want to target? And what specific geography are we talking about? So that there is no ambiguity in developing your objectives, because the success of your project is measured by the level of achievement of your project objectives. And remember, in an ideal project scenario, you should not have more than 3 project objectives, not more than 3, ideally not more than 3. Because against every objective, you are going to have a set of project activities. Those are the actions that you are going to undertake, the real actions that you are going to cost. 5 training workshops, 3 exchange visits for the program staff. You have to be very much smart in developing your objectives, and against every objective, you will have a set of activities. Ideally, 4 to 5 activities against every objective are quite doable. Remember, you have a budget and you are going to get your budget from your activities directly. And then from the overhead costs, as you may appreciate. For those who are developing research projects, make sure that your objectives for research are equally very clear. For example, to study and understand the impacts of sound management practices on levels of employee motivation. I'm going to share all this. To analyze changes to consumer behavior in renewable energy sector in the 21st century in Thailand by end of March 2028. To formulate recommendations to Safaricom PLC Kenya management on choice of appropriate strategy to enter South Sudan market. Research objectives need to also be very clear in terms of what you want to study and where that study will be. Then we have concepts like project inputs. Inputs, as you know, refer to the specific resources that we require to undertake the project activities. From these project activities, we produce what we call project outputs. For example, 20 police officers trained in human rights safeguards, 50 community health workers trained in the use of rapid malaria testing. Those are examples of outputs. Outputs refer to the specific, tangible, and quantifiable results we obtain from undertaking the series of activities within our project. So an output would read like 20,000 leaflets on dangers of female genital mutilation distributed. 20,000 leaflets on dangers of FGM distributed. Project execution methodology. This is another terminology that we in project development must be very conversant with. Project execution methodology, and in your proposal, there will always be a section called project execution methodology. Some people call it project implementation methodology, or some people just call it project delivery methodology. In this particular section, what you are trying to deliver is a detailed approach. You are going to define a detailed approach and ways by which a project will be delivered. Project methodology section will always entail detailed explanations on each activity and how it will be planned and executed, including who is going to take responsibility for it. This type of methodology borrows a lot of essence from what we call project implementation work plan, which is a matrix showing the activities, when they will be executed, who will take responsibility, the expected outputs, the assumptions, and to some people, we also include budgets in project work plans. Project risks and assumptions. Kefa, are you following me?
Yes, Prof, I am.
Risks and assumptions. Every project has certain risks, or every project is developed with recognition of certain risks. And we always refer to risks as negative factors or factors outside the project, factors outside the project. For example, rainfall patterns. Those are factors outside the project which may negatively affect the expected results, but over which the project has no direct control. So when we talk about risks, sometimes the donor would ask you, what are the risks to your project? So you remember, if I'm asked to state my risks, the risks that may hinder me from achieving my results, I would think about risks for which I may have countermeasures. For example, if I'm doing food security intervention in a given community, one of my activities probably would be provision of certified seeds and fertilizers. Now, what are the risks? What are my risks here, Kefa?
Sorry, you just come again. I was writing.
Oh, sorry. I'm saying that every project may encounter certain negative factors. So if, for example, my intervention is about food security, my project is about enhancing food security in a given area, one of my strategies would be provision of seeds and fertilizers to beneficiaries. Now, this type of intervention may encounter certain risks. So, Kefa, that is what I'm asking. What would be possible risks to that?
Mine is, I know there's the aspect of we are not informed of the population target. Number two, those who are doing horticulture, they'll talk about soil science. So, because this one you've just gone direct to fertilizer, but you've not actually done a research onto why.
So likely, we may provide seeds that are not conducive to the type of soil that is in that particular community.
Yes.
And remember, Kefa, when the donor asks you to state a risk, they'll always ask you, how will you go about it? How will you counter that risk? So I always say, think about risks that you can easily counter. Kefa, you understand?
Yes, Prof.
So a risk is therefore expressed as a negative statement of what might prevent objectives from being achieved. Remember, we use the word may, not will. A risk is a factor which may interfere with our attainment of the desired project results. So we always express them as statements of possibility. So for example, Kefa, in my food security program, I may think about a risk that runs this way. Some beneficiaries may sell off the seeds for quick money. Some beneficiaries may sell the fertilizers given to them for quick money. And I know that when I state that type of risk, I may, as a project, work around it so that it does not occur. Then we have what we call project assumptions. Project assumptions are factors that are built into the project that must prevail for us to attain our results. For example, if we are doing food security that I have just been talking about, and one of our activities would be community sensitization meetings on use of fertilizers and certified seeds, we shall have dialogue sessions. So one of my assumptions is that community members will participate in the dialogue sessions. That is an assumption statement. Community members will participate or will attend the dialogue sessions and listen to the presentations. Because now the assumption of our intervention is that we are going to train them, they are going to participate in the dialogue sessions. If it is, for example, vaccination of children under the age of 5, one of our assumptions is that we shall be able to get the children at home, or we shall get the children all in schools, and that school administrations will cooperate with our project so that all children under the age of 5 are vaccinated. Those are project assumptions. Alice, someone, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Alice, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I am there.
Tell me an assumption. Come up with an assumption on door-to-door vaccination of all children under the age of 5. What is one of our assumptions in such a project?
The assumption is that the mothers will be willing to present the children for vaccination.
Correct. One of our assumptions is that mothers will present their children for vaccinations. Very critical assumption. So all projects are built on assumptions. You know, you just say we want 22 land cruisers so that we can do immunization of children under the age of 5 in 3 southern equatorial regions. But then, what about if the mothers refuse? The project shall have failed. So we develop projects based on assumptions that all factors will remain favorable to us, especially those factors that are external to our project. So we cannot come up with an assumption like, for example, I'm just thinking out of the woods, that our finance officer will not embezzle the funds. You cannot come up with such an assumption. The donor will not give you money.
Doc, what about if the project is designed to take place during the time when elections will take place? Then you put an assumption that, assuming there will be no violence in elections, is that a good assumption?
Yes, that is. We may say that electioneering and the campaigns will not interfere with our door-to-door vaccination planning. Election campaigns and the election euphoria will not interfere with our door-to-door vaccination campaign. So that is a risk, or that's an assumption put in the opposite direction. But how are we going to ensure that elections don't interfere with our vaccination campaign? How are we going to make sure that? So we have
we have no control over these elections.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. That is why we are also saying that the election campaign may be a risk, but how shall we counter it? We have to come up with a countermeasure. But it is a risk which we have to bear in mind, but we are able to counter it. We are able to go around it and still do our door-to-door vaccinations. I know, Alice, if I asked you in an academic class what you can do, you will come up with very good strategies.
Hope so.
Yes, no, hope so. I'm very sure, Alice, in an academic institution, if that is if that question was going to earn you marks for your thesis, you will come up with very serious strategies. For example, you are going to run media campaigns targeting with vernacular radio stations, promoting the value of vaccination for children, and therefore that will open ways for you despite the campaign. Alice?
Yes, Prof. Hello.
Is that not what you'll do? I'm very sure you'll do that.
Hello, Prof.
Yes, Alice.
Hello, Prof.
Alice, you don't hear me?
Hello, Prof.
Sorry. Kevina must have been off again.
No, I can hear you clearly, Prof.
You can hear me? Alice?
Yes.
Alice, are you getting me now?
Doc, I have interruption in my network.
Oh, sorry, Alice.
The gadgets, I have interruption.
Oh, sorry. Anybody else with an example of a risk or assumption from plenary?
Doc, I'm looking at.
Sorry, Grace?
Yeah, I'm looking at maybe a case of a flood, manifestation by, say, floods or something, if that could affect the fertilizers or the distribution of crops in a farm. I'm just thinking.
Is the place prone to flooding, Grace?
Sorry, my background is not very quiet, but I'm looking at if it's a farm distribution of fertilizers or in a farm setup.
Yes.
If that is to be done in a season where we have maybe heavy rains or floods, or maybe a natural disaster that could affect the smooth distribution or usage of those products, I think that would also be a risk to the final output that is expected.
Yes, but I'm trying to give you a hint here, Grace, that when we plan projects, we should ensure that we can get maximum benefits from our interventions. To an extent that if we expect that floods may be coming, then we have to come up with ways to reduce the ravages of flooding onto our project interventions. For example, providing the seeds and fertilizers shortly after the floods have subsided and people are able to plant their gardens and their farms. Remember, if the donor feels that the risks are too much, then they may tell you this project may not be a viable intervention. So we have to be very tactful. Grace?
Yeah, true. And I'm also thinking of maybe if you could incorporate maybe technology. Like say we have AI currently where we can use sensors to be able to detect if the heavy rains or some such disasters or calamities are prone to happen. Then the advice prior to their happening through predictions or interventions that could take place before. And then we wait until the right time that the project can be maybe implemented.
I would, Grace, in that case, what comes to my mind quickly is that I would work with the meteorological department to ensure that our our subsidies and our inputs that we give out come at a time when it is best for the farmer. Okay, Grace, thank you. Sustainability, project sustainability planning. That's another concept that you have to be very conversant with. We talked about sustainability first thing in the morning today. And sustainability is the ability of a project to ensure the gains given remain with the targeted community beyond the period of the project. Sustainability is the ability of a project to ensure the gains it brings unto that targeted community live within that community beyond itself. So if our project is 2 years, it should be able to impact that targeted community beyond the 2 years. So if we come 2 years after we have left that area, we should find that that particular project we undertook in that area still continues to benefit that community. And this is something, as we said earlier, this is something that should be at the back of our minds when we are designing the project. So plans for sustainability must be built in the project. It must be built within the project. So the project design phase must have sustainability strategies in it. Now, when you articulate sustainability planning very well in your project proposal, you increase your funding chances. So remember, there must be a section in your proposal called sustainability, project sustainability planning. And you must show very clearly that you recognize sustainability as a critical prerequisite to any viable project development. When the donors see this terminology somewhere, this concept, that section in your project proposal, they begin to believe in you as a person who seeks community empowerment, beneficiary empowerment, as opposed to disempowerment. Sustainability can only be achieved if we put in measures in place for community empowerment beyond the project. So sustainability just says something, looks at beyond the project life. That after the project is completed, the targeted community continues to benefit from that project. And that is what the donor world wants to see today. Any question? Anybody with an input on sustainability?
Prof, thank you so much, Prof. I think a very valid concept, sustainability. I think there is also includes the concept of exit strategy inside the sustainability. How the project exceed? How do you how the project exceed in a way that is also sustainably leaving the project to continue? So it means it has also to build to bring the process of a strategy of exiting the project without interrupting the sustainability or building sustainability. So the exit strategy will be building sustainability. So I think sustainability, exit strategy is a section in sustainability that now build the project to remain running even after the donors withdraw.
Yes, you're right. Part of our exit strategy in any intervention revolves around competent community empowerment and sustainability measures being built in the project during the design period. And I said that it should not just be developed within the project in design, but also implemented. Sustainability is implemented. As you implement your project, you also implement sustainability. For example, if we are providing seeds and fertilizers to a given community for purposes of food security, then you have to think about what happens when your project ends and you are no longer going to give people seeds and fertilizers. You must ask yourself this question, my brothers and sisters: how will these people continue to plant certified seeds and get fertilizers if they were using traditional methods of farm livelihoods? Now you are introducing new and tested methods that ensure high yields. When you are no longer there, how are they going to manage it? Do we create the impression that we shall continue providing these things year in, year out? If we do that, then we are disempowering that particular community. So let us empower them. What are we going to do? Those are questions now for you as the project writer. What are we going to do to ensure that after 2 years, when we are no longer going to be there, these people will continue to access certified seeds, they will continue accessing fertilizers, they will continue accessing skills that they need. How are we going to do that? That becomes part of our sustainability planning.
Prof, I think you're right. In practice.
Yes.
By the way, I'm coming from Turkana, where we have quite a number of stakeholders and partners, NGOs, international NGOs, regional organizations, and all this. We have watched for a long period of time. And this is what we are saying, that we are not going to reinvent the wheel. We are going to rethink our project properly. We have seen a project being developed, a proposal being made, and project funding being given for 3 months, for 6 months, for a year or so. So the aspect of the sustainability is being talked is in these projects, in their strategy, in their plans. So we see a project of 6 months just quickly being implemented, and the time, the end of the project comes to an end without recognizing this thing. And then they leave. The project is, the donor withdraws, and the project is terminated. But the sustainability aspect, you don't see it. This is just my practice and observation. I've just seen in lifetime. And I know even my colleagues can even give their examples from the regions where they have come from. And this is the thinking that we want to bring when we are writing the grant, and bring the fresh ideas into the writing and the practice as well. Because there's one way to write, and there's another way to bring it into practice. If all the projects that have been, this element of sustainability have been put properly and developed in the project well, then it will have been happening very empowered communities that have resources, they have been resourced well, capacity has been built, they are resilient enough. But we still see, even when we have all these resources, the communities continue to be vulnerable, communities continue to be poor, communities are becoming the worst state of affairs. But we are actually pumping resources in terms of this writing and writing proposals and all this. So this is the thinking, the observation we are making in practice, and the writing we are writing. And we are also saying we are breathing life to this writing, and this writing should be interpreted in terms of the practical aspect. So that if all these projects, quite a number, say 50 projects have been implemented in a certain communities, and the sustainability element has been emphasized, then what state of affairs do we like to see in that community? It's just the thinking.
Thank you so much. Without any requirement on your side when you are writing a proposal, what type of a frame would you use? If you're not responding to any particular format, what type of a frame would you use? Let me give you an outline of a frame. An ideal frame should have a proposal cover page, the executive summary, the organizational background, the problem statement, project justification, which we talked about.
Doc, just rewind a bit, just.
Alice, I have said that if you don't have any format for writing a project proposal, then this format could help you. I always call it a generic proposal outline or a generic proposal frame. It should ideally have a proposal cover page. It should have an executive summary section. Now, executive summary section should not be more than half a page. The executive summary should be developed when you have written the entire proposal. Organizational background. This again should not be more than half a page, ideally. It should have a problem statement section, which should not be more than 1 page. It should have project justification or project rationale. Again, this should not be more than half a page. Project description section should not be more than 1.5 pages. Project implementation work plan should be a maximum of 1 page. The work plan should just be a template, a matrix showing the project activities, when they will be implemented in terms of time frames, that is in a matrix, in a table form, the expected output from every activity, the output indicators, the responsibility, which office is going to take responsibility for the various activities. Assumptions and risks. That is implementation work plan. This is the most basic, the simplest project management tool, project execution and management tool, the work plan. Sometimes some donors would ask you to provide a project log frame, which gives greater details. The log frame will be a matrix, just like the work plan, but it will give you more details. It will give you the project objective. It will give you the indicators, both at output and outcome and even impact. The log frame is a more detailed tool. Your outline should have project management section, which should just be about half a page. Should have a section called monitoring and evaluation. Monitoring and evaluation section should be a maximum of 1 page. There should be a section called expected outcomes with indicators. There should be a section on risks and assumptions. There should be a section on sustainability planning, which we talked about. Then there can be a section on budget details or budget summary. And if it is a budget summary within the proposal, there should be an attachment, an Excel worksheet giving the budget details. And the budget details, as well as the budget summary, should be in 2 sections. One section should just be about the project support, budget lines, what many people call administrative overheads. Then the other section should be for direct program activities. If you are giving a budget in summary form within the proposal, it should follow that same format. The attachment where you are providing the detailed budget in Excel should also be in the same format. So that you follow also the rule of 30-70 or 20-80, where overhead costs or program support costs or admin costs, administrative costs, will take a maximum of 20 to 30% of your project budget, and direct program activities will take between 70 to 80% of your overall budget. I'm going to share with you the proposal outline and all the other presentations at the end of this. And I am very sure, Alice and team, that together with your short notes that you've been taking, you shall be able to approach proposal writing with more confidence. And you can always get in touch with us at TCC for any type of support that you need to work on these various sections.
Sure.
2 or 3 questions before we wind up. A comment, a question before we wind up.
Yes, Doc, I have a comment. A question on the sustainability. Yes.
Yes, a question on sustainability.
Yes, please. So with that one, is it going to be textually presented, or you have to also do it like the matrix?
Sustainability.
Yeah, the sustainability planning.
No, it has to be a descriptive provision, a section on its own.
Okay.
Godwin, did you get the assignment sheet?
Yes, I have it.
Okay, go to it quickly.
Okay.
Go to the assignment sheet, page towards the end.
Okay.
There is a matrix which I have given you, project level stable assignment.
Yes.
Where this matrix is to help us play around with concepts in project writing.
Yes, I found it.
Yes, and you can see that it starts from goal to objective to activities to inputs, outputs, risks, assumptions, and sustainability plan. Now, if this was a generic project, it would have a goal statement. Then we can develop an objective statement to help us achieve that goal, and then come up with activities to help us achieve those objectives. We walk down the stairs until we get to sustainability plan. Now, sustainability plan, you need to look at it. If we are developing a project sustainability plan, then we look at the project entirely and look at the key strategies that we can put in place to ensure that the project can live beyond its lifespan, that the project can live beyond its funded lifespan. So you explain how you are going to do those activities, the sustainability activities. That is, what strategies are you going to put in place to ensure that this project does not die off when your funding is over? So explain all the actions that you are going to take to ensure that the targeted community continues to benefit from this project, even when you are no longer there, Godwin.
That is well noted, Doc.
Is that okay, Godwin?
Very okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this assignment
No.
sheet is for you. Sorry.
On the human resource, is there a way you can look at how do you indicate the gender? Sometimes some donors don't indicate, but when they see there are more women, maybe a woman in a leadership position of the project or more women on the project, it is an added advantage, but they don't say it. Can you say something about the human resource, please?
I think those are perceptions, Alice, which and very unfortunate perceptions within the donor community. There is a feeling that is never written down, Alice. Alice, are you there?
I'm there, Doc.
There is a feeling within the donor community that, one, organizations that are headed by ladies are more sincere. Alice, are you getting my argument?
Yes, I am. But I know it.
Yeah, so there is a feeling, there's a perception that they are more sincere. That is number one. Number two, they are likely to pursue the objectives of those projects without any types of bias, and that they are easier to work with.
Okay.
So I can't discuss it beyond there.
Okay. Thanks, Doc.
May I ask a question? A nagging question, Daktari.
Please ask your question.
Yeah, now there's this code word that the donor is always right.
Yes.
So the scenario of case 3.2, where we now to do this issue of the finance officer whose credibility was being contested. A panelist was saying they need to also get that information, let it go through all that circle to also establish surely this person has integrity issues. So I'm just wondering if we go by the code word, the donor is always right. You want him to give you money, and then you are subjecting him to what he's telling you. We have had issues with this person. Now you are taking him through a circle again. You are starting from A to Z where they reached. Surely, what are we saying? Is it that we do not have any other suitable candidates within that establishment, rather with that qualification, so that we can come up and engage these people in that charade of this man is very qualified, so you need to give us the report on how you did your findings to come up with what you are saying.
Chris, you are right. The donor is always right as a principle which is never written down. This is a very delicate situation which doesn't have an easy answer. But this is a real situation that we experienced sometimes some 15 years ago with a donor, and it is not hearsay. It is something that happened in real sense.
Yes.
Yes. Now, there is no universal answer to how an organization would tackle this situation, and that is the reason why there are differences in the way organizations receive funding. One organization is getting more funding, another one is struggling with getting funding. This particular scenario is a very funny one because there are a lot of things at play here. The donor is telling you something in black and white, but very diplomatically. Chris?
I'm listening.
Yeah, the donor is telling you something here, that they cannot work with you if this finance officer will still be in that position. That's what they're saying.
Yes.
But it is upon you to be flexible and bend a bit, or be assertive and stay with what you have and probably lose the funding. That is now a decision the organization must make at very strategic level.
Okay.
Because if you say you want to fire that finance officer because the donor has already questioned their credibility, then you also have your own issues at the office level. If you want to retain that particular finance officer, you also risk not getting this funding. So what is the middle ground? That is now up to you as an organization. Those are strategic decisions that must be made. But I gave this as an example of what may happen between you and your donor, either before you have been given funding, during implementation of your funding, or even after you have completed your executing your grant. Remember, you still need this donor. Even if you have completed your project, you still need this donor. That is why even project documents like end of project report, audit report, yes, you have to handle them with a lot of care because you need this funding agency tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the maximum I can say about this. You take up a decision at strategic level, whether it helps you get this funding or whether it helps you lose this funding. That is now up to you as a central management of the organization.
Well put.
Yes. Thank you so much. One last question from anyone.
I wanted to ask for a clarification. This is Joanne.
Yes, Joanne.
In the project, when we are doing the proposal writing, where do we include the profiles of the team that we are proposing to work with? Is it under the project implementation? Or
go back to our discussions. There is a section in your proposal,
yeah,
called project management.
Yes.
Under this section, you will include how the project will be managed and the key people who will be managing it.
All right.
What type of reports will be developed? Progress reports, activities reports, financial reports. How will they be developed? How will they be shared? How will they be used in terms of improving management systems? You have that under project management. Joan, is that okay?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr.
A final comment before we give it back to Kevina. A final comment from plenary before we hand over to Kevina.
Yes, Doctor.
Yes, Jackson.
Thank you. I would like, if accepted, on behalf of the colleagues of the participants, to say thank you for the presentation. You have handled it practically. You have been participating through short assignments. And above all, the last part of sustainability, to me, it has really been interesting, and you have handled it very well. And maybe finally, Doctor, I missed getting your email or contacts. Otherwise, thank you so much. We want to say thank you to the organization and to the coordinator, Madam Kevina. Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Thank you, Jackson. Again, on a final basis, I want to share with Kevina. Kevina will share with you my email, and there's also a platform that connects organizations to funding opportunities. I want to give that to Kevina also to share with you. And I hope at some point you can be able to get in touch with this program so that you learn how you can tap into existing resource information, so that you can be able to access information on availability of grants for the various projects that we are doing.
Smart.
Chris, you want to say something?
No, I just said smart. The way you have put it is very good. I also agree with my colleague who has said what you have given us today. Yeah?
Yes.
It's good. It can take us through so many challenges. Thank you. And
Yes.
thank you.
I trust so, and we are going to share this information with you so that you have a very rich source of reference for your work. Kevina, back to you.
Prof. I don't know, Prof, how to chair that.
Moses?
To a certain, yes. How you will chair the presentations and the recordings and all that.
Kevina will do that for us.
Okay. Right now, I think can share right away from this page.
Yes.
So it's easy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Moses. And from my end, I wish you colleagues best of luck in securing resources and executing your projects for the sake of humanity that we all seek to serve. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Kevina?
Thank you, Doc. Bye-bye.
Bye, Alice.
Thank you, Dr. Charles. Before I give my final remarks, if there is anyone who'd like to say a quick thank you to our trainer, you can go ahead, and then I'll continue with a few announcements. Okay.
Yes, Kevina.
Yes,
Hello.
Erickson. Hello.
Yeah.
We can
I
hear you.
want also to say, I want to convey my heartfelt appreciation to the training, which has been quite informative. It has been my prayer that if it were even possible, we would have started something as a consortium. Of course, having all these members at least working on one project and see if it is going to be successful. Otherwise, I'm very grateful, and I'm looking towards more engaging moments in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric.
Hello, Doctor. Hello, Doctor.
Yes, Mark.
Yeah, that WhatsApp which you have just mentioned, if Kabina can share it here so that we can join that WhatsApp where they are sharing funding opportunities, I'll appreciate. Thank you.
Okay. Kevina, please take it up and do something.
Yes, Mark, I've also shared a few links in the chat. You can find the TCC Africa WhatsApp community group where you can engage and collaborate with other researchers. We also usually have opportunities for mentorship, one-on-one mentorship, and also if you feel like you could lead a training on something, you can reach out to us through the emails that I've provided. So as we wrap up, thank you again for joining today's session. I also put in the chat that if you'd like to give feedback or share your reflections of today's training, you can tag us on our social media platforms. I've shared the LinkedIn, X, and Facebook in the chat. So as mentioned before, the session recordings and the presentation materials are going to be shared with you tomorrow. We'll also let you know once we have dates for a part 2 of this series. Once we confirm that, it's going to be shared. The notes will be shared through your emails, the ones that you've used to register in today's training. Or if you registered using the form, you're going to also use those emails. Thank you again and see you soon.
Thank you so much, Kevina.
Yes, thank you.
Kevina.
Jackson, certificates will be, the certification will be confirmed after we have part 2 of the series. So I'm going to leave the room open for about 5 minutes in case any of you needs assistance with anything or has a question. Feel free to post it in the chat or unmute and ask. And if you need to copy anything, I've also shared
Yes.
Dr. Kaduwa's email in the chat.
Yes, Kabina.
Yes.
Yeah, I've tried to join the community WhatsApp, but they're asking for admin to up.
Okay, let me see. Let me see right
Yeah.
now. Okay, I think I see you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me know if you have been approved.
Okay, let me try to join again and see. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kefa.
So I think it is okay now. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Seth, I don't know if you heard, I mentioned that we're going to confirm about certification once we have part 2 of this series. Yeah, so we do not have the workshop tomorrow. It was a 1 day for today. We're going to communicate about part 2.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's fine. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye.